7. Philadelphia Phillies baseball on Comcast Sportsnet, part of the NBC Sports Group.
Since the moment he arrived in Philadelphia in 2006, expectations were at the highest level. The moment he stepped onto the diamond in Cincinnati for the first time, an organization and a fan base knew the hype had become reality. The following steps were a fast track to the national scene, dominating in every possible way through the postseason and culminating in a world championship and World Series MVP. 6 years, 2 months, and 13 days since he arrived for his Major League debut, Cole arrived for his Major League coronation. One giant stocking stuffer for Philadelphia on Christmas in July.
The way that it worked out with, the past couple days, I wanted to give the Phillies every opportunity, and that was, something, because it's very hard to, leave a place that you've had so many great memories and have been able to enjoy so much good, and there's so much more good to come, and, you don't want to miss it. You don't want to not be a part of it. And I know the Phillies the organization's always going to do a good job of going out to win, and we've got great players here. So it's you don't want to have to leave that or, stray away and see them win it and you're not part of it. So it was something that came down. I understand the free agency is great. Those opportunities are the unknowing, but I really do feel this is the place that I do call home, and I want to call home for a really long time. I grew up with watching Tony Gwynn play, and he made San Diego his home for his whole entire career, and that's what I ultimately want to make here in Philadelphia.
Well, the retooling of the Philadelphia Phillies has begun, and it includes a foundation piece in the starting rotation. Cole Hamels has signed a 6-year contract extension that will take him into his mid-30s and maybe beyond. It includes a vesting option for 2019. 85 wins, the most for a left-hander in the National League since 2006. Hi, everybody. I'm Tom McCarthy, along with Chris Wheeler. A lot of smiles around the ballpark today, not only because of the win last night, the way the Phillies did it, but also because they have locked up Cole Hamels, and he is not going anywhere.
Well, you never know till it's over, but it seemed like it heated up the last 10 days, Tom, that maybe the Phillies and Cole Hamels were going to be able to get this thing done. Everybody around here, of course, wanted to get it done. Cole Hamels made it very, very clear today that he wanted to stay with the Phillies. This is what he's done throughout his career. He's been very consistent, a World Series MVP back in 2008, having another good season this year. He would have been a much coveted free agent at the end of the year, and maybe they would have had to trade him in a week. So they don't have to talk about that stuff anymore. Remember his Major League debut? That was back in Cincinnati on a cold, raw night. He went 5-6 innings in that game that night. He had an outstanding changeup that you could see right away was going to be a tremendous pitch for him here in the major leagues, and you thought, if this guy ever gets on the big stage, he could really be good. He got on the big stage, won the game against Milwaukee in the first part of that series, and against the Dodgers, really, really good in this game. Used his changeup effectively, got in and out of a couple of jams, and then right at the very end, he had to get Jeff Kent here, and he gets Jeff Kent. Kent didn't like it. He was barking about it, but that was the end of Cole that night. Phillies would go on and go to the World Series. You go to the World Series, you're on the road. You want to split in the first 2 games if you can. Well, they did all of that because Cole won the first game. He was brilliant in that game against the Tampa Bay Rays, and then the Phillies would lose the next game, but then come home and win the World Series. Hey, it wasn't that long ago they used to say, boy, they're really cheap. Phillies won't spend any money on players. I guess that's gone for a long, long time now.
Big time. Look at all the contracts the Phillies have tied up for the next handful of years. It includes Cole Hamels, and I'll tell you what, the crowd here this afternoon, they're coming for Christmas in July. They realize they got a very big present this morning, and even at the noon press conference this afternoon. Vance Warlick, well, he'll take the baseball this afternoon for the Phils. He'll be opposed by right-hander Marco Estrada. It's always fun at the ballpark here at Citizens Bank Park, but even more exciting when it is Christmas in July. There are signs everywhere, and there will continue to be signs as the afternoon moves on. When we return, we'll have the lineups in the first pitch on a very special day here in Philadelphia. Phillies baseball is brought to you by Toyota. Every new Toyota purchase comes with Toyota Care. By Citizens Bank, we're for homes. Talk to us today about how we can help guide you to the loan that's right for you. By Xfinity, the official HD triple play provider of your Phillies. By Coca-Cola, the official soft drink of the Phils. And by Independence Blue Cross. No matter where you are in life or business, we have plans that fit. Go to plansthatfit.com. The final game of this homestand, the last of this three-game series. The Phillies, who are in last place in the National League East, are going for a series sweep. Let's take a look at the Brewers lineup. It's brought to you by Xfinity, your home for the most live sports. Gomez, Morgan, and Braun, followed by the middle of the order of Ramirez, Hart, and Weeks, and the bottom third of Maldonado, Cody Ransom, and Marco Estrada. And they'll face Phillies right-hander Vance Worley. Worley 5-6 on the year, an earned run average of 3.82. And he's trying to find a little consistency again. He'll reach 100 innings pitched for the year with this afternoon's ball game, and the first pitch of the day is fouled away, so we're underway. It's 0-1.
One of the best things that can happen with Vance Worley is he cut down his pitch count a little bit in games, and he can go a little bit deeper and not have to struggle as much. But the guy does compete. There's a scouting report on him, and you know he has a lot of different pitches.
That ball's hit well to left field. If it's fair, it's gone. It is a foul ball. Carlos Gomez is still running around the bases, so we'll let him get a little sprint in.
This guy is, he's got some act, doesn't he?
And Gomez finally realizes it's a foul ball.
I mean, that is really embarrassing. That has to be really embarrassing. I mean, even for him. You got two guys at the top of this order today. I don't know if you have enough mustard for them.
Nigel Morgan's on deck.
This is amazing. Right as he comes around third right there, he slapped his helmet. Now the bench is yelling at him something like,
and a called strike three. That's going to get the crowd into it right away.
That is just different.
That is appropriate right there.
Yeah.
One away here at the top of the first. He certainly didn't sit and stare at it. He just
well, no, but that's just
Wheels. It was funny.
It was funny, but there's certain guys you enjoy it more than others.
Here's Nigel Morgan. Morgan not having a good year at .229 with 2 home runs, and he takes outside. It's 1 ball and no strikes.
He's got a look in his face like, what just happened? Somebody explain to me. What did I just go through? Because that's got to be really embarrassing.
I would think there's some humiliation.
And then you come up and get punched out.
2-0 the count to Nigel Morgan. Last year Morgan had .304 for the Brewers, and he bunts up the third base line. It rolls foul.
You know, Tommy, we've had some bizarre endings of the games the last couple nights. How about this beginning?
Yeah,
with that.
That's a really good point.
It's just continuing.
The only thing, Wills, is that we say that it might be humiliating, but if you're going to put together all the antics that Carlos Gomez puts together, and there's very little embarrassment to them, he's probably not going to feel any embarrassment.
Well, yeah. I mean, some guys you can't. Well, in life, we all know people you can't embarrass.
The count is 2-1 to Nyjer Morgan, and the pitch from Worley. In the air to center field. Victorino is over. He's under it, and there are 2 outs. Wheels, get to the keys before we have to readjust.
I don't know that it can top what just happened. Here's the Nissan keys of the game. I just put sweep up there. It's been a long time since we've been able to put something like that there. Well, it was in Los Angeles, but at home, let's say. And how about why don't you take a lead for a change and forget one of those comebacks?
Although the comebacks have been very entertaining these last 3 ball games.
They're fun to watch, but they're stressful.
Ryan Braun's the hitter. Braun so far 4 for 8 in the series. And he takes it side and low. 1 ball and no strikes. Braun overall is hitting .313. He's got a National League leading 27 home runs. He's driven in 67. And he's 1 for 4 lifetime against Vance Worley. Kratz is going to set up outside. And pitch on the outside corner, according to Chad Fairchild, and it's 1-1. Ryan Braun, the National League MVP a season ago. And as we've talked about during this series, his numbers are even a tad better this year than last year. Cutter outside, 2-1 the count. He started his 4th All-Star game this past All-Star game in Kansas City. He replaced the injured Matt Kemp. Little tapper foul on a changeup, 2-2. Worley's coming out throwing strikes.
Yeah. That's the thing. He did that a start ago, too. He got ahead of a lot of hitters, and then it started to go away as the game went along. Pitch count piled up, and he got into trouble. But I'm sure Rich Doobie would agree. I think Vance Worley has his stuff to get ahead of hitters, and then he certainly can put them away.
Tried to put away Braun with a 91-mile-an-hour fastball, and it was low, 3-2. Toyota Major League Scoreboard. They started early in New York. They're in the bottom of the 4th. Washington 3, the Mets 1. Danny Espinosa, he's been pretty hot since the All-Star break. 3-2 pitch. Liner to left center field. Victorino is going to play it off the wall, and Braun's going to pull into second with a 2-out double. It's his 16th double of the year.
Ball just jumps when he hits it.
Well, that's his 5th hit in this series. He's now 5 for 9.
Yeah, and he gets all kinds of hits. Look at him just drop the head on. He loves the ball down. Keep talking about it, how he likes it out over the plate. And there's no chance for Shane on that. That thing was hooking the minute he hit it, and it was hit on a line. Well, Phillies have fallen behind the first inning of the first 2 games, come back and tied it in the first inning. So hopefully they don't fall behind it. Well, what am I going to do? Disrupt the pattern?
Aramis Ramirez is the hitter. He's also 4 for 8 in this series so far. And he takes up and in. 1 ball and no strikes.
He did?
Well, he couldn't swing at that. It would have hit him.
I know, but he does like that first pitch.
Ryan Braun leads off second. On the hands, a pop-up. Right side, Utley is over, so is Howard, and Howard makes the catch. The side is retired. Very nice pitch by Vance Worley to get into the kitchen of Aramis Ramirez. Middle of the 1st. Brewers nothing. Phillies coming up. the stairs of the dugout. This is after he hit a foul ball home run and sprinted all around the bases, and nobody had told him.
One thing that guy never likes is attention drawn to himself.
Unless he decides what attention it is. Let's take a look at the Phillies starting lineup. It's brought to you by Xfinity, your home for the most live sports. Leading it off at shortstop is Jimmy Rollins. Shane Victorino bats second. Chase Utley hits third, followed by Ryan Howard and Hunter Pence. Ty Wiggett to the third baseman bats sixth. Juan Pierre's in left field hitting seventh. Eric Prance bats eighth, and batting ninth and pitching is, of course, Vance Worley. And they'll face former relief pitcher turned starter Marco Estrada. It's his 11th start of the year. He's 0-4, a 4.10 ERA.
Yeah, this guy's been a relief pitcher through most of his career. Phillies have seen him 6 times, all in relief, but out of necessity, they turned him into a starter. He has pretty good stuff.
Rollins leads it off and hits the first pitch in the air to left field. Ryan Braun, he comes into shallow left, one away. One pitch, one set aside.
Check out the scouting report on the 29-year-old born in Sonora, Mexico. Makes his home now in Glendale, Arizona. Fastball in that range, curve, and pretty good changeup. Those are his lifetime numbers, as we mentioned, against the Phillies. 6 1/3 innings in relief and 6 outings with 4 earned runs.
Well, here's Victorino after the one-pitch retired Rollins. Victorino is 1 for 4 with a couple runs scored in this series. With all the excitement around the ballpark today with Cole signing his contract extension, there's still a game from last night that's really fresh in everybody's mind in the way the Phillies came from behind. Outside 2-0. And if anybody watched the movie Elf, then what would be fresh in their minds is that Shane Victorino's dressed like Buddy the Elf. Wheels, did you watch Elf, the movie?
No.
You have to watch it. That's on your list for the show.
I love you to give me movie reviews, though. I always appreciate it. Thank you.
So whenever we call Ben Francisco's name again from here on out, after you watch the movie, you'll say Ben Francisco. That's fun to say, but you'll get it when you watch the movie.
Okay.
2-1 the count to Victorino off the end of the bat. A little pop up left side. And the shortstop Cody Ransom makes the catch. Third, 2 outs.
Got him out front of a changeup a little bit there and popped him up.
Well, just 4 pitches so far. 2 outs here at the bottom of the first.
The Phillies have not really gone up there with a game plan for a recon mission on a guy they haven't seen much.
Yeah, he's thrown 6 1/3 relief against the Phils, and it's been kind of sporadic over his career. See Chase Utley's numbers overall 229. He's walked 4 times in this series. Last 2 walks been 2 of the biggest walks of the series.
Yeah, as you say, his batting average, Tom, isn't so great, but you know he's obviously contributed tremendously since he's come back, and just his presence in that 3-hole and his on-base percentage is significant.
Want to know the count? Outside, 2 balls and no strikes.
Should probably say more his ability to get on base in key situations and play the game the right way.
There is some significance with Utley and Howard playing again. Charlie Manuel feeling that tomorrow's off day will give them a chance to recharge. And they both feel fine. And let's face it, these are desperate times for a team that's in last place, hoping to make some kind of move in the final 2 months plus of the regular season.
Yeah, I mean the magnitude of what they've done. You know, they have to go 20-10 right now to get to 500.
Correct.
And that's that's one of the things you look at and think, boy, it's really great that they're playing well again. But you realize that you're getting near August, and they dug themselves such a big hole that they have to play at an incredible pace. But boy, the last few nights have been great.
3 balls, 1 strike the count to Chase Utley. Well, if there is any hope of making it to the postseason, Charlie talks about 88 or 89 wins just to get, into that neighborhood.
Well, I would think a goal is 500 right now, and then you go from there. Because you got to be a 500 team, really.
To then be in the discussion.
Well, for me, I don't know.
No, I think you're right.
Other people feel that way, but I think that way.
You can't reach the ultimate goal until you reach some smaller goals.
Right.
It's 3-2 now to Chase. Now the payoff pitch. Down low, ball 4. So he's aboard. He's walked 8 times now in the last 8 games. The Lucky McDonald's Phillies home run jackpot contestant is Dan Bright of Mays Landing. If the Phillies hit a home run in today's ball game, then Dan will win $100.
3-2 change up there from Estrada, and a good job by Chase not to chase that pitch. And Estrada took a long look in at Fairchild, the home plate umpire. Where was that? I thought he was low.
Ryan Howard, 244, 4 home runs, 9 runs batted in. See what he's done in this series. He certainly has had an impact on this series. They play Ransom, the shortstop, behind the second base bag, essentially. And Ricky Weeks, the second baseman, in shallow right. So that leaves a very large hole just to the right of second base for Ryan Howard. 1 ball, no strikes, the count to Howard. Not a big lead for Chase. He's back easily.
A little bit surprising because this guy isn't necessarily a hard thrower. He's going to use his changeup, and more type of guy you think Ryan would pull on the ground, and that's normally when you would put 3 guys on the other side of second. Left-hander facing left-hander, sometimes you'll lose his shortstop where he is.
Fouls it back, and it's 1-1. He got a pretty good pitch to hit there. It's a fastball around 91 miles an hour.
Yeah, we showed you what he tops out at, according to all the reports on about 92, and uses fastball and curveball, or changeup and curveball.
There goes Utley. Pitch is swung on and missed. The throw to second not in time, and Chase swipes second easily.
Well, he picked a changeup to run on, Tom, and that's, you know, as Brian swings through it, it's such a slow pitch. It's really hard for the catcher to throw a guy out on that. See, the ball's very slow to Ryan Howard on the changeup, and no chance of getting.
3 stolen bases now for Utley on the year. 1 ball, 2 strikes, the count. Change up, swung on and missed, and Howard is the first strikeout victim of the day from Marco Estrada. No runs, no hits. 1 man left for the Phils. On to the second in a scoreless game here at Philadelphia.
Phillies fans.
Cole Hamels extension, Ruben Amaro Jr. and Cole heading to the podium. Scott Palmer heading to the microphone to introduce Cole and Ruben. Well, we don't have to run the whole press conference because Ruben's been nice enough to join us up here in the booth. Ruben, thanks for coming on.
Oh, it's a pleasure, guys. How are you doing?
What have you been doing
well
today? You've been busy?
I'm not doing a thing, but watching this beautiful baseball, this ballpark, and this beautiful baseball game.
Well, obviously a big day, you know, just to clear any thought of Cole leaving Philadelphia, but,
Yeah.
you know, locking him up until until he's in his mid-30s, which is some of the best news that fans have heard in a long time, as Corey Hart tries to bunt his way on, and will, to start this second inning. But just a great day all the way around.
It was puzzling to me to think that people didn't think that we wanted to keep him in our uniform. That was not at all the goal. The goal was always to try to make sure we kept him in our family. And as we know, I mean, Marty Walliver did a fantastic job of drafting him, taking a chance on a guy who broke his arm, basically had a broken arm, and there was some concerns about that, and what Cole has done in his career, what he did through the minor leagues, kind of flew through it, and what he's done in a major league career. And these are things that are pretty special for the organization, because he grew up with us, and hopefully he'll grow old with us too.
Do you like, he said something I thought was significant, that the Phillies, you, David, the ownership will do everything they can to keep this team competitive and win championships going forward. Do you like it when you hear players say that?
Well, I think that they understand it. I've had pretty poignant discussions with many of our players about just that. Our goal is not just to be competitive, but to be contenders. We use that word competitive a lot over the years, but really it's not necessarily just about being competitive. It's about being a contender every year. And so that's the goal. And I think that they believe it. I think that with the fan support that we've had, they believe that we can continue to do that. And to be frank with you, we can't do it without the fan support. So as long as people's butts are in the seats, it makes our life a lot easier, and it allows us to do some of the things that we've been able to do.
Well, it's 1 ball and 2 strikes to Ricky Weeks with a runner at first. Nobody out here in the top of the second. And Worley throws another breaking ball. It's 2-2. The other part of it too, Ruben, is that when you think about it, and I know you've thought about this, 28 years old, his numbers dictate that he's probably the best left-hander in the National League right now. That moving forward, trying to continue to have a foundation with that rotation was so important.
Well, obviously the age is a factor. He's young, he's good, and we hope that he continues to be as one of the elite left-handers in the game. He competes, which is very, very important. I don't know if people understand the competitive nature of what he's about. He does not like to lose. He has as competitive a demeanor as does a guy like Doc Halladay. I mean, Doc is a little quieter, but they're both very, very, very competitive people.
Well, that ball sneaks through the hole on the left side. Excuse me, Ruben.
That's all right. And that's an important part of it.
I want to ask you something about this July 31st. First started was June 15th. Then they talk about August. Now it's July 3rd. You good, bad for baseball? Is it something that that you sit there and have to deal with and think, I wish I didn't have it? I'm just curious where your head is on it.
I think it's exciting for the fans. I think it's an exciting time for the fans. There's been plenty of debate. The GM meetings, we've had different levels of debate, whether to move it forward, move it back. Right now, all I know is that ever since I've been involved in the front office, the July 31st date has been the date, and so I don't know anything differently. I don't know what to gauge it against. Having the 2 wild cards now, I guess there's just some debate about whether to move it back or move it forward. How many teams are in it? There are more teams in it. We just work off the parameters of what's happening as far as Major League Baseball, what the rules are. We kind of go from there.
There's a little bloop single to right field that'll score Corey Hart, and the Brewers take a 1-0 lead. Nothing's been hit hard against Vance Worley here in the second, but a run is scored, and still nobody out with runners on the corners.
This is a good offensive team, and you got to make pitches. I'm getting a little tired of having to come from behind all the time. I'm
it's
sure the players
the end,
too. Yeah, no, it takes years off our lives, but hopefully Vance can make a pitch, get a double play here.
Well, Cole also talked at the press conference today about growing up in San Diego and seeing Tony Gwynn play for one team for his entire career. Now, if you look around, Cole signing the 6-year extension, could be here till he's 35 or 36, maybe beyond. You have Jimmy Rollins, Chase Utley. These guys, Ryan Howard, have come through the organization. Is that even important for the organization when it makes sense to have guys stay with the team for their entire careers?
Well, I think it's important. It also tells you a lot about the job that the scouting department's doing. And we're getting players that are elite-type players. And when you have guys that are our own homegrown players, Jimmy Rollins, Chase Utley, Ryan Howard, guys like Chooch behind the plate, our guys have done a very, very good job. Obviously, Hamels, a guy like Worley. When we have guys who are on the field that are quality baseball players, we're very, very fortunate, and we know that we have people in place who are bringing that talent into our system. And it's, I mean, for us, it's vitally important for the fan base, for our club, and for the future of the organization, is to try to do what we can to not only, acquire those players, whether it be, international signings or the draft, etc., to not only bring these quality players to the big leagues, but the hope that they become, all-star and championship caliber players, and to retain them.
You brought up something about Cole that I think is really interesting, because we get it when you go out. Where did the perception come from that he's soft, that he's not a competitive guy?
I think it's his voice.
It could be.
I think it's his voice. He's kind of a soft-spoken guy from California. Good-looking guy. He's kind of chill, but when he gets on the mound, he competes as well as anybody.
1 ball, no strikes. The count to Cody Ransom, who bunts. They watch Weeks cautiously off third.
Boy, thank you for that play.
Yeah, I'll take the out
that
there.
was.
That was a curious play,
especially with a pitcher count. I know there's only 1 out, and everybody has to run their game their own way, but that's one of those things. So what if he hits into a double play? You get a run.
I don't know if that was a safety squeeze or
what it was.
Ricky Weeks didn't read it or what.
It was a little confusing. But I'm not displeased.
It's one of those plays that when you see it, the opposition does, you say, "What are they doing?" But thank you.
Yeah, because now the Phillies can play the infield in with Marco Estrada, the pitcher, up, who does have a couple of RBIs. Runners on second and third, and a curveball for a strike, and it's no balls and 1 strike. Ruben, when you talk about a deal like this has been a long time coming. I know you've talked to John Boggs and Cole's other representatives for a long time, trying to get this finished before anything else had to happen. Is this all part of the process? Is every deal different when you're talking to different free agents, particularly when they're with your club?
Yeah, and the one thing that we have to remind ourselves is that he was not a free agent. I mean, this is a guy, in this day and age, it's become curious. We've talked amongst ourselves in the GM hood that, in this day and age, it's so important to keep your premium players that you almost have to pay, before the fact. And when I say that, you almost have to pay your players to keep them off the market, because there's such a pressure from other organizations. Well, you just never know what's going to happen out there in the free agent marketplace. And we've seen incredible numbers blow up and lengths of contracts. And I think this is the business we live in. And I'll be the first to tell you, I'm not comfortable with a 6-year deal on any pitcher. We weren't comfortable anything north of 3, but the world has changed. We have to deal with that change and kind of go from there.
I know how much you appreciate pitching and defense, because that's how you win consistently. Do you have to do what you just did and sometimes overpay for pitching right now, even though you can get hurt a lot easier?
It's funny. People are starting to talk about hitting being a premium because there's nobody who can swing the bat anymore. They're all a premium as far as I'm concerned, and it's tough. When you're talking about premium, all-star quality, championship caliber players, they are all a premium, and it's just difficult to find them out there. And when you have your own, you want to keep your own. And so, I mean, that was really the impetus behind that. It's a tough play.
Ground ball to short. Rollins all in one motion, just in time to get Carlos Gomez. That is indeed a great play by Jimmy Rollins.
Wow, we came in out of a 1 run. How beautiful is that?
Unbelievable. 1-0 Brewers. Ruben, I know you got a busy week ahead of you.
Yeah.
Thanks for coming on.
Nice shirts. Thanks, guys.
You want one? We can get you a deal.
You look good in this.
We go to the bottom of the second. It's 1-0 Milwaukee on top. Lights and more. Text at-bat to 31826 or visit Phillies.com for details. Bottom of the second, 1-0 Milwaukee. It probably could have been a little worse. But the Brewers did some peculiar things in their half of the second. The Phillies will take it. And give some credit to Vance Worley, and Jimmy Rollins just made a wonderful play against Carlos Gomez.
Who can fly.
Right.
And it was a bang-bang play. But and of course, one of the things that really helped there, they're back. There's 2 outs. You're in double play depth. Jimmy can't get to this ball, like on the ball that was hit earlier in the hole. But he's all the way back. See, he's on the grass. Now he's able to get that quick release and get him. There were a lot of weird things that happened in that inning. But it's climaxed by a great play by Jimmy Rollins and a nice job by Ryan Howard on the other end.
So now the Phils will go to work offensively, still looking for their first hit against Marco Estrada. It's Hunter Pence, Ty Wigginton, and Juan Pierre. Bottom of the second inning. And Estrada delivers a strike on the outside corner. It's 0-1. That fastball at 89 miles per hour.
He's not going to dazzle you with velocity, but he tries to hit his spots, and he showed a very good changeup to the left-handed hitters early in this game.
Breaking ball, 1 ball and 1 strike.
You would think with right-handed batters you're going to see more breaking balls, and left-handed batters you'll see more changeups. That's normally a pattern for a right-hander with that kind of stuff.
Pence is 1 for 8 with an RBI so far this series. Whoa, look out. Helicopter's bat. Well, he would win the bat toss for the day.
That was a good one, and it was a changeup too. Normally you don't throw your bat on a fastball.
Miles Kennedy in the red shirt, the Phillies team photographer. He was down there. I wonder if he got any photos of that bat coming down there. Here we go. And let it go.
He does. He's got some concentration. Look out.
Well, there is some protection down there, but I don't think that protection helps.
That's incoming.
1 ball and 2 strikes the count. I think everybody's okay. And Pence takes a called strike 3. And that's the second strikeout for Estrada. Tonight at 5, Michael Barkat and Phillies top sports writers will have the latest on the Eagles from Lehigh with Birds beat writer Jeff Mosier. And Ben Davis breaks down today's series finale with the Brewers, plus more reaction to the Flyers losing out on Shea Weber. Watch the best talk of Philly sports on Daily News Live tonight at 5, only on Comcast Sportsnet. Of course, they'll talk about Cole Hamels too. Yeah. And the extension. We're going to talk to Cole hopefully in the next couple innings at some point, just to talk about the extension. Poor Ty Wigginton. Frosty the Snowman. Well, everybody has their path in this world.
This guy's throwing quality strikes here early in this game.
Well, he is, and Chad Fairchild has a very low strike zone, it seems.
Yeah, and well, the thing that's impressed me so far is they're off the middle of the plate, these pitches. And, you know, if Greinke was like that last night, as you see the umpiring crew here. Greinke was off the plate that way last night. You get outs that way in the big leagues.
1 ball and 2 strikes to Wigginton.
You start throwing it down the middle, doesn't matter. You'll get hit.
Wigginton 235 with 9 home runs, 36 runs batted in. Out in front of what looked like a changeup that just stayed up. That is a pitch that a pitcher does not want in that location.
Yeah, he's throwing a lot of changeups. Very comfortable with that pitch. Basically what you see right now with him is he's spotting his fastball and using his changeup as an out pitch.
Popped him up. First base. Corey Hart battling the sky, makes the catch.
When you establish changeup the way that he did there with Wigginton and these hitters, you can throw 90-91 like that and get late. Guys have late swings on fastball. Watching him right now, it's almost like he's been watching Markham a lot and trying to pitch like him. His teammate who's injured right now. But that's the Sean Markham way to approach the game the way he is.
Well, we'll see what happens as the Phillies go through this lineup one time and if they adjust the second time, because he is 0-4 with an ERA of 4.45 as a starter. Juan Pierre's the batter with 2 outs. And Pierre fouls it away. It's 0-1. Juan is going a little Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer on Christmas in July. And that's a base hit inside the bag. Down the right field line. Nyjer Morgan hesitated for a moment. And Pierre's not going to hesitate. He'll pull into second with the first hit of the day for the Phillies. His 7th double of the year. And it's the second time the Phils have a runner in scoring position. And here comes Eric Kratz.
And that was another changeup, it looked like. And good job by Juan. This one probably gets more of the plate than Estrada wanted to, and he hooks it down the line. He's watching that the whole time over his shoulder to see what happens out there with Morgan. Not going to take a chance on making that third out at third base. And Juan is safe and secure at second base with New York Life.
Eric Kratz has 3 hits. All 3 are home runs. Last night, his 2-run home run, and they said it after the game. The players said it, that all of a sudden it woke them up.
Well, you could just feel it in this place.
Kratz takes a curve for a strike. It's 0-1. He's playing today for Carlos Ruiz. It's the second time this week he gets a chance to play for Carlos. Carlos has been battling a sore foot, so playing him every day is not going to happen. Kratz catching the day game after the night game. Little number foul. Look where Juan Samuel is. Sammy is he's way down the line, which he normally is with a runner at second, but he's farther and he's closer to the Brewers dugout. You want to know the reason? Because you have a powerful man in the batter's box. You're not going to find many guys who are stronger than Eric Kratz from the right side of the plate.
Yeah, and that's the pull side.
Hit on the ground, base hit it to left field. Pierre's around third, heading for home. It was misplayed by Braun. It's an RBI single for Kratz, and the Phillies have tied it up. It's 1-1 here in the bottom of the second.
How many times do we sit up here and say, don't let that 8-hole hitter hurt you with a base open, 2 outs, and a pitcher on deck that's not a real good hitter? And it happens. Well, that's just what happened to Milwaukee, and a good job by Eric Kratz to hurt them. You know, you just Major League Baseball in the National League, you use that 8-hole hitter when you have a base open and 2 outs and the pitcher on deck, so you don't get burned, especially early in a ball game like that. And or early, late, doesn't matter.
That'll bring Vance Worley to the plate with a runner at first. A 1-1 game, and Worley takes a strike.
I guess you say Eric Kratz a little productive with his hits, huh?
I guess so. I think it's good too for Charlie and everybody else to know that they can count on him from time to time until Brian Schneider comes back to give Carlos Ruiz a reprieve.
Right. And the number one thing is they have to trust him behind the plate, because that's his job. And if he hits, that's great. But the pitchers have to be able to work with him, and you know they're saying he's doing just fine.
Outside, 1-2. See Chad Fairchild hold up the count. Wanted to let the operators of the scoreboard know it was 1-2 and had 1-1 listed here at the ballpark. Back toward the middle, base hit for Vance Worley, and the inning is still alive. Hit that ball pretty hard, and Estrada had no chance to come up with it.
Well, a big old slow spinner it looked like too, and Vance hit it hard right back through the box. If it's changed, yeah, it's breaking ball. It's a curveball, and you see him hit it right back through the middle.
Rollins fly to left his first time up. Has a chance to give the Phillies the lead here in the second with Kratz at second base. The best arms are at center and left. Nyjer Morgan, the right fielder, does not have a bad arm. It's not like Gomez and Braun. Gomez and Braun are above average, and Nyjer Morgan is listed as below average. 2-0 to count. To center field, Gomez started in. Now he settles back and he puts it away. So the Phils settle for a run. They do so on the RBI single by Eric Kratz. We've completed our first 2. We move to the 3rd in Philadelphia. We're tied up at 1. Question is, Robin Yount was the 3rd overall pick in 1973. Name the player the Phillies took 2nd overall that year. You have an idea?
Yeah.
I know he was a good player. But that's all I'm going to tell you right now. In the 7th inning, I'll tell you some more. Here in the 3rd, it's Nyjer Morgan, Ryan Braun, and Aramis Ramirez. 1-1 the score, the Brewers and the Phils. Nyjer Morgan flied out to center his first time up. So Vance Worley is all evened up now with Milwaukee. First pitch is a strike. It's 0-1. Nyjer Morgan was certainly an uplifting spirit for the Brewers last year. In fact, so much so that they've put him on the cover of their media guide. That one's on the hands. It's going to loop into center for a base hit. So a leadoff single. It's the 2nd straight inning the Brewers have the leadoff batter aboard. Last year, kind of caught lightning in a bottle. And his emotion, Doug Melvin, the general manager, has pointed to as being a big driving force to opening up the personalities on the ball club. Now, one of those personalities is Prince Fielder, who's now with the Tigers. So there's not as many avenues for Morgan to open up this year, and he certainly is not hitting anywhere near the way he did last year. He's at .229 coming into today's game. So all the excitement, all the energy, everything like that, it just doesn't have the same kind of impacts. Does that make sense?
Sure, it's timing. It worked at that point last year, and it's not working right now. And as you threw out there are various reasons.
Ryan Braun doubled his first time up.
He had that act with the Nationals, and they couldn't wait to get rid of him.
Well, the Brewers re-signed him to a 1-year deal this past January at $2.35 million. Ground ball left side. Wigginton has it. Goes to second. Nope, he's not going to be able to go to second, and he's not going to get the runner at first either. Well, that's going to wind up being the 11th error of the year for Wigginton. And that'll put runners on first and second. Oh, they're going to score that as single.
I can do that.
No, it's
either the word. The only thing it could be is a fielder's choice if it's not an error, because it's an out. You know, there's an out there, and he bobbles it. And now he's late throwing to first, so it's either fielder's choice or E5. See right here, he bobbles it, or he's going to go to second originally, and now he would have had Morgan. That was the whole idea. You weren't going to get a double play. I'll have to look at that, figure that one out again, I think.
Robert Ramirez, the batter, and he fouls the first pitch back. Well, they have changed it now. It is an E5, which is the right scoring. Ramirez popped out to first his first time up. 0 for 1. Placido Polanco is still out with a stiff back, so that's why Wigginton's playing third.
Yeah, you're just really tough to compete when you give up outs in an inning.
Back toward the middle. This could be 2. Rollins flips the second for 1, and an easy 6-4-3 double play.
Well, you give Vance Worley credit. That's one thing about him is he doesn't let a whole lot of things bother him. You know, he'll take a deep breath and get after it. And he threw a heck of a jammer right there to Ramirez, shattered his bat, and gets a double play on a slow runner. What did he do? Run a fastball in on it? Maybe it was a cutter.
Yeah,
I don't know. Maybe
it was something that was stinging his hands as he left the box.
But anyway, he breaks his bat, and Ramirez doesn't run real well. Plus, he got jammed so bad he never got out of the box.
Now, still a tough out now with Corey Hart, and Hart takes inside 1-0. Hart reached on a bunt single his first time up. The element of surprise helped him out.
Right. You don't think a guy 6'6" is going to bunt in this park.
1-1 the count to Corey Hart.
Unless he's a pitcher. They've done some strange things in this game.
Center field. Victorino is there. Boy, he really tied him up and couldn't let him extend his arms. That was a heck of a pitch. And again, Vance Worley works out some difficult times here in the third. We go to the bottom of the third here in Philadelphia. Victorino will lead it off when we get back.
Collared shirt, I know I shaved, so I knew it wasn't going to be bad. And he came in and he's like, hey, you kind of know what's going to go on. They want you up there. And I was like, okay, so when? You know, they want me to pitch next week, you know, this week. And, you know, he said, just go to the field, report 3-4 o'clock, and, you know, you're going to be up there and hope, you know, you stay there for a long time. And I was like, well, I don't plan on coming down to this field because I didn't really like it too much playing on AstroTurf.
It's funny thinking about that AstroTurf. He's talking about Scranton Wilkes-Barre, and he has not looked back, and today he signs a 6-year contract extension worth $144 million. His 85 wins, rather impressive, but I think one of the things that really has set Cole Hamels aside from a lot of other folks, the National League Championship Series and World Series MVP awards that he received in 2008, and he'll be wearing the red pinstripes for quite a long time.
Quite a feeling for him to sit kick back today. He knows he's going to pitch Friday night in Atlanta in the series opener. Interesting where he says J.R. called him.
Yeah,
that
John
would have been
Russell.
John Russell as manager at the time.
How things have changed.
Yeah. AstroTurf and J.R. the manager.
Shane Victorino starts it off. He popped up his first time up. And he takes outside. 1 ball and 1 strike. Victorino has averaged at .253 coming in with 8 home runs, 38 runs batted in. Still has that wrap on his elbow where he was hit in game 1. Compression sleeve. He also walked in the 8th inning of last night's game. In fact, with 1 out, 3 different hitters walked for the Phillies. And that ball's hit back toward the middle, a base hit. Or I should say with 2 outs.
Right, can't imagine that Manny Powers will pitch in this game this afternoon, which means they have no left-hander in the bullpen.
Phillies baseball is brought to you by W.B. Mason. You can't go wrong when you buy right. By Citizens Bank, we're for homes. Talk to us today about how we can help guide you to the loan that's right for you. And by Nissan Summer Saving Days. Get to Nissan for the biggest savings under the sun. Visit ChooseNissan.com or your local Nissan dealer. Ron Reddick said last night about lifting Zach Greinke after 7 innings. He said it was the right decision. He hadn't pitched in 11 days. He had thrown 7 strong innings. We didn't want to jeopardize anything by allowing him to go any more. But that was it. It was a real quick comment about why he lifted Zach Greinke.
Well, that's what we said at the time, that they have their reasons. They're going to tell you what they are afterwards, and they have to live with it. And when it doesn't work out, doesn't look real good. But you know what? If you're a major league manager and you have a 5-run lead and you only need 6 outs, you have to think that you have enough firepower to get that done. And it's tough when you don't, when you get kicked in the face like that and don't have it, because that's a situation. It's not like you're taking him out with a 1-run lead or a 2. They had a 5-run lead with 6 outs. And it took a bunch of walks and strange stuff to have that happen. But the Phillies are a little bit hot right now, which is nice.
And was it the last outing for Zach Greinke in a Brewer uniform? We'll find out in the very near future. Articles today in the Milwaukee Journal Sentinel talked about Cole Hamels' potential contract, how it may be difficult for the Brewers to sign Greinke. That ball's hit down the left field line. It's hit pretty well. Braun's on the run. He'll run out of room. And it's 1-1. Just because of the way the market is right now for pitchers of Greinke's status. And they compared the contract that Matt Cain signed with the Giants, and the Brewers saying that may not be able to hit that number.
Yeah, and Cole Hamels off the market right now, so that's one less attractive potential free agent out there, or a guy for a trade before the deadline. There, the numbers that Tom was mentioning about on how good he was last night.
We said Cole will pitch Friday in Atlanta after signing his contract extension today. 1-1 the count to Chase Utley. And Chase fouls it off the chest protector of Maldonado.
See Carlos sitting there on the bench. Carlos Ruiz, who got the big hit last night. As Tom mentioned, he's not playing here today. Getting a little rest. I walked through the parking garage with him this morning. And I said, "You hang it, I bang it, right?" He says, "Yeah." I said, "Well, we said that on the air." He says, "You said that?" I said, "Yeah." He says, "That's what I did."
That is what he did.
He likes that expression. And he did. He got a hanger. And it was really neat to hear him talk after the game about how he was thinking, use the middle of the field in that spot. Doesn't always work out that way, but when the thought process, like when you're playing golf and you're trying to hit a spot, in the fairway, sometimes it'll work out if you're thinking that way.
It's 1-2 to Utley. Runner goes, pitch is hit foul. Victorino had that base stolen, but it was too close for Utley to take with the count 1 ball and 2 strikes.
Another changeup, throwing a lot of changeups. These left-handed hitters. Just watching him, he's Sean Markham out there right now, which is not a bad way to pitch when you're not a big high velocity guy. And most right-handers don't have this kind of changeup that he has. You think more from left-handers with real good changeups.
Victorino was frozen a little bit. Hart was off the bag when he accepted the throw. He starts. Who's the first baseman that started off the bag like that? There was a.
Yeah.
Somebody started off the bag.
It was Olerud.
Was it Olerud?
Yeah, he used to do that. Well, I don't know if he was the first one, but that used to be a John Olerud thing.
How far off the bag he is. Line drive, base hit to left center field. That should head toward the warning track, and Victorino heading to third. Now heading home. He's around the bag, going toward the plate. He'll score easily. It's an RBI double for Utley, and it's 2-1 Phillies. Pretty good swing right there by Chase Utley.
Sure was. With a fastball, 2 away. Didn't try to do too much with it. Vintage Chase Utley, 2 to nail a ball in the alley in left center. That's been a big part of his game throughout his great career, is being able to do just that. Take a pitch away from him and be able to wait and hit it. Now, when he didn't have his legs, there goes Victorino, and Shane's going to score easily. When he didn't have his legs, he can't do those kind of things. His legs are fine there. Sure are. But when you hit and you don't have a base, it's really hard to wait like he did just then. What you do is you get started too quick and you roll those balls over.
Now Howard with the runner at second and nobody out. Ryan takes in the dirt, 1-0. Yeah, the other part of it too, Rich Doobie was talking about this yesterday. I forget in what context, but he mentioned Chase. He said, you know, without his legs the last year or so, he probably picked up a couple of bad habits that he had to break also.
Absolutely. Because you're trying to start everything too fast. So when you're a hitter and you start fast, you get in trouble. You're either going to be out front, swing and miss, pop up, roll it over. The really good hitters, they wait. They're able to wait, and hit the ball deep in the zone. And it sounds easy, and it's really hard.
Little number foul. It's 2-1.
Ryan Howard right now, if he makes an out, make a productive out to the right side. And this guy's certainly giving you stuff to pull for a left-handed hitter.
Inside, 3-1.
Game just going the Phillies' way right now. You think when they didn't run themselves out, but they made that strange play after a run in first and third, bottom of the order, up bunting there, not only getting the 1 run out of it. Then you get the big error by the Phillies, and then they hit into a double play. There's just a lot of little things going on right now that after you lose a tough game, sometimes you'll come out and you'll have you have a tough game the next day, and your home team can jump on a team. Getaway day. Stay after him. You can win this game.
Ground ball right side. Estrada makes the play. Utley's already at third.
Good out.
1-3 on the put out. And that'll bring Hunter Pence to the plate. Wheels, Murph is off today, so it's time now for the Gwynn and Mercy Major League Notebook. And here we go. Hanley Ramirez traded to the Dodgers. Alex Rodriguez suffers a broken left hand. He was hit by a pitch. The Yankees are now talking about trying to replace him in some way through a trade. But how about Hanley Ramirez going to the Dodgers, where he may play shortstop, even though D. Gordon's due to come back shortly, and then eventually go over to third base?
Well, they weren't real crazy about D. Gordon when we were out there. But there were a lot of things going on.
Hunter Pence, the hitter, with the infield in. The first pitch in the dirt. It's 1-0.
So I got to think he's going to play shortstop for them.
Well, and we'll see. You know, D. Gordon is a very special talent.
Right.
He probably needs a little more seasoning. But the Dodgers picked up Hanley Ramirez and Randy Choate for Nate Eovaldi, who we saw out there. Pretty good pitcher, young pitcher.
Good arm.
Some of the quotes coming out of the Marlins clubhouse after the trade were that it was time. Pence lifts it to shallow right center field. That's going to be a tough play. It's going to drop, and the Phillies will take a 3-1 lead. Not exactly the same hit he had last night, but the same style of hit. An RBI single.
We're talking about that Dodger trade, and I was going to say, why would you play the infield in the third inning? I don't know. They're different philosophies, but the infield in the third inning makes no sense.
Ricky Weeks would have caught that ball, right?
Absolutely. That's an out. That's Charlie and I talk about that all the time, Manuel, because he's not play the infield in guy except in emergencies. And here's another example, to talk to him about. Like, there it is again. Now, last night he fires this one out here. That
it's really a similar play.
Yeah, well, he pulls off and hits those flares.
Well, good job. He has 2 RBIs the last couple of games.
But it's not like it's a 7th, 8th inning of a 1-run game. You're on the road. You got to play the infield in. You're in a defense. It's a 3rd inning.
It's still 1 out for Ty Wigginton. 3-1 Phillies. Outside, 1 ball, no strikes. Peds takes his lead off first. And a foul off to the right. It's 1-1. Toyota Major League Scoreboard. Well, the Marlins seem to be rebuilding, but they're not beginning it today. They're down 5-1 to the Braves. That game's in the top of the 5th. Matchups for this weekend in Atlanta. Hamels, Blanton, and Halladay against Sheets, Minor, and Hudson.
And Sheets, huh? Left-hander in there on Saturday.
Swing and a miss, 1-2. That's the thing, we talk about the Phils rotation, the fact that they've signed Hamels. Now, looking ahead, at any given time, they can send Halladay, Hamels, and Lee out there against the other team's top 3, and you probably would still take the Phillies' top 3.
Yeah, and Joe Blanton's been a really good 4 if you look at it that way, or Worley a 4 or a 5, flip-flop, whatever you think they are. They've both been very, been effective.
Yeah, Joe Blanton's been Joe Blanton.
Had some scouts while they've been here this week ask about Blanton, talking about him a little bit. There's obviously some interest in him out there.
2-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. Threw him a curveball. And that's the 3rd strikeout for Estrada. And here's Juan Pierre. Well, Pierre doubled in the 2nd, and that kind of changed the complexion of the first couple innings.
2 outs, nobody on base.
Because then he scored on the base hit by Kratz. And that double was the first hit. Now the Phillies have 6 since that double. Or 5 since that double, 6 overall. Off the end of the bat, it floats out to left. Ryan Braun floats in. He may have misjudged it for a moment, but makes the play. The side is retired. The Phillies get 2 on 3 hits. They leave 1. We move to the 4th inning with the Phillies now leading it by 2. Proof labels that stand up to the harshest conditions from who? But W.B. Mason. 3 in the books. Phillies lead at 3-1. And now Vance Worley will work with a lead for the first time today. And he'll face Ricky Weeks, Martin Maldonado, and Cody Ransom. 6, 7, and 8 for the Brewers. Gary Matthews joins us up here in the booth as the Phillies have taken the lead. And Sarge, it's been a good day so far. Obviously, Cole's contract extension earlier today. The Phils have the lead. And a beautiful afternoon for baseball. And I think Worley's really battling pretty good out there right now.
Yeah, he's actually been doing that quite a bit there. But he has trouble there, I think, for me, a lot of times just with that location. I think, too, though, that breaking ball and keeping those hitters off of that particular pitch.
Well, I like the inside pitches. Now, that one was a little too far inside to get Ricky Weeks, but he's been able to get a couple really big outs with those inside pitches.
You know, the thing is, though, he's hitting a guy that's hitting a $193. That's the guy you don't want to hit. Hit those guys that are hitting 3+.
Well, Weeks is aboard. Martin Maldonado is the batter. And joining us now in the dugout is Cole Hamels, fresh off his contract extension. Cole, first of all, congratulations to you and your family. And I know the Philly fans are very happy to have you around for at least the next 6, if not 7 years.
Thank you, guys.
Must have been great, just the sense of relief to have it all over with at this point.
It is. I mean, it can kind of get time consuming, and especially when you have to play this game. You just want to be able to focus on the game, and I know I've been able to do that. But those 4 days in between, you've got to deal with trying to get ready for your game. But on top of that, obviously, with trying to get ready for your future. But I'm really happy and pleased that my future is going to be here for a really long time. So it's something that. It's been a great organization, and just to be able to play here every single day, and the turnouts from the fans, it's ultimately that's why it made the decision a lot easier, just because of that.
Cole, how about you talked about the fans a little bit, but how about being with the organization? How much does that play into it? From being with them, being drafted #1, and really wanting to really do some even better things than you already have.
Well, it's a big sacrifice to draft somebody, so high, and then obviously hope that, they perform, and obviously I was able to do that. And then on top of that, to see what type of person or player that they are that can last. I know as an organization standpoint, it's hard to get players like that. And you might as well try to do it within, because you feel like you probably know their personalities and their work ethic a lot better than from somebody from a different organization where you only get to see every couple days playing. But, it's something pretty special. This organization's been great. To myself and my family and the community has been great for what we've been able to accomplish and try to accomplish every day with our foundations. And so it's nice just to know that I'll be here for a really long time. I grew up with idolizing Tony Gwynn, and he's kind of a big part of San Diego. So that was something, because he was there for his whole career. And if I could ever emulate that, that would be something I'd like to do.
You talked about the fans and just how into it they are, how into everything the team has done, what you've done, not only here at home, but also on the road. I mean, you're keenly into that. You understand, the following that this team has really picked up. It must be great from a fan standpoint as the strikeout is picked up, but it must be great from a fan standpoint, but also from a player standpoint to see that.
No, it is. When you go to opposing stadium and city, to see all the Phillies uniforms and everybody traveling with you, that's pretty special. You don't see that too often in any organizations. There's only a few that you can think of off the top of your head, but we're one of them. And that's right there. That really shows the type of following and the belief that they have in our team. So that gives us the extra added confidence to go out there and want to win even more.
Back in 2008 when you won the MVP, I remember interviewing you coming off the mound, and after those 9 innings, you said, boy, this sure is fun. But what's it going to take to get back to it being fun times again in terms of winning ball games with this club there? That little twinkle in the eye, or where clubs really fear you guys.
I think we've been able to kind of do it the past couple nights. I think that's been great. When you get your big guys back, and then all of a sudden you have to instill the confidence in them, that they're not just kind of trying to get back in the swing of things. They're who they are, and they feel comfortable at the plate, and obviously healthy enough to make pitches, and then that kind of boosts our confidence even more to go out there and push it even harder to win. So. You never can count us out. I know, the Fighting Phils, we still have a lot of season left, and we can still put a good run at it.
1 ball and 1 strike to Cody Ransom with a runner at second base and 1 out. Cole Hamels joining us from down in the dugout. Cole, you mentioned a conversation you had with your dad a few days ago, how you were telling him how lucky you are to be in this position. Could you ever imagine that you would have been in this position?
No, never. I mean, from when I was 16 years old and broke my arm, they said to find a new sport. You won't throw a baseball ever again. That definitely puts a dampen on your spirits. So to overcome that, to be drafted, to work your way up through the minors. I know I wasn't healthy all the time, but to work my way through injuries, and then to get to the big leagues and see what how great and grand the big leagues are, and then to have success, because ever since I've been here, we've had success. It's been exciting. Every day is exciting to come to the ballpark. So, that's just to be fortunate enough to be able to do this and call it a job, and be able to do it in front of, sellout stadiums and millions of people watching on TV. I feel very fortunate to be able to do it, and it makes me want to play even harder and do a better job every single day out.
What was the emotion like the other day when you walked off the mound and you kind of waved to the crowd and tipped your cap? I mean, was there anything going through your head at that point?
I was frustrated. I just blew the lead. But it did. It caught me, off guard. Because normally you get that when you complete an inning or you're winning or you're throwing, no hitters or something like that. But for them to still be there, I mean, it felt like a playoff game. And to see that sort of standing ovation, I mean, if I got that after every single time I pitched, I'd feel untouchable. So it was something special.
Cole, didn't get a chance to talk with you, but tell me how that felt going around the bases with that first home run.
that was, to be able to get back at Matt Cain, just with him hitting the homer off me, and I'm like, oh gosh, I got to get one too. And to feel that what smooth contact feels like, because I know I give up my fair share of home runs. So to now feel what it feels like to hit a home run, it was a really good feeling. But at the same point, it's I got a lot of respect for those guys that do it on a regular basis, because I think it took me 7 years to get one.
Well, you talked about the foundation that you and Heidi, your wife, and your family have put together. This contract not only is part of your family, but it's also gives you an avenue to do other things for not only this community, but also beyond this community too.
No, it really does. I mean, it really enables us to try to go out and have our message reach a lot more people. So I think that's hopefully we try to make a difference every day with our foundation, and I really hope that this will really allow us to reach a lot more people and hopefully bring a better understanding of what we're trying to accomplish. And especially in this city, the city's been great. They've had great turnout at our events. The teachers and the students that we've been able to give grants to have really respected and cherished what we've been able to do, and we want to just be able to do it more. So I think that's what's really going to allow us to do a lot more.
The other part of it, too, you were asked today about just the overall team structure. People said, well, Cole has free agency pending. He may look at the way that the team is going right now and say, you know what, I'm going to go try to play somewhere else where there's a better chance to win. There is still a chance to win here. That's the thing that's still on your mind, right?
No, there definitely is. I'm not the type of guy that just jumps ship at the first sight of iceberg. I'll try to fight to the very end and give it everything I have, and that's why I still think there's a chance, and I firmly believe that, and I know the guys on this team do. And what better way to win another World Series in this city? I mean, it's the first time we did it, it was outstanding, but I still I've almost forgotten what it was like, and I want to experience it again, because I knew it was the highest emotional peak you could ever have, and I want to do it in this city because I know the fans want it too, and especially this organization, because they've tried to fight to every game and every year. That's what they want to accomplish. So it's good to know that.
Well, Cole, we appreciate it again. It's going to be nice seeing you in the red pinstripes for a long time, and we hope it's even longer than the 6 or 7 years. But thanks for coming on.
Thanks, guys.
All right.
Cole Hamels, our guest from the dugout. You know, it's a great day here in Philadelphia to have a 28-year-old who has had so many great games already, but has potentially such a bright future ahead of him. It's great for the organization.
Well, and with him being younger than the other guys, obviously you can keep right on that road and trying to win games. Obviously, there's a few gaps here that they need to get it back to where, you know, the clubs are feeling fearful when they come in here to play the fighting fields.
Well, Vance Worley, with runners on first and second, has 2 outs here at the top of the 4th. The count is no balls and 1 strike to Carlos Gomez, who he's gotten on a strikeout and a ground out so far. He has a 3-1 lead. Let's see if he can work out of a jam here in the 4th. In the air to left field. He may have just worked out of the jam again. Juan Pierre is under it. He'll reel it in. And Vance Worley leads a couple more. He's left 6 through the first 4 innings. Cole Hamels earlier today at the press conference with his wife Heidi, his children, getting a chance to soak it all in. We go to the bottom of the 4th. Visit ChevyDealer.com. By Xfinity, the official HD triple play provider of your Phillies. And by Mazda, we believe if it's not worth driving, it's not worth building. Well, this is a spectacular day here at Citizens Bank Park. We hope you're enjoying Phillies baseball wherever it is that you're spending this Wednesday afternoon. Beautiful day. So.
Boy, it really is. Good day to have a couple of hits if you're on that offense, maybe even 3, and a bomb.
Well, Eric Kratz has 1 hit already in RBI, and it's 1 ball and no strikes.
Yeah, one of the things Hamels was talking about with the fans, I don't know if the guys really realize how much pleasure these fans get when they win or when they're competing the way that they do on a daily basis, the way they have the last few years.
Well, I thought during his press conference, and even when he was spending a few moments with us, I thought that was, that was pretty cool to listen to him talk about pitching in front of these fans.
Yeah.
Getting a chance to hear them, to feel them, all those things.
Well, again, he's been around them and gone through, some of the ups and downs. And when you do that, you even feel better about your decision.
There's a pop-up into foul territory off the bat of Eric Kratz.
No way.
Corey Hart has no idea where it is.
You notice, though, no one else ran over there.
No.
You got that high sky. Again, not a cloud in the sky. You'll have that sun that's up there. Usually you'll try and move one way or the other. Corey just sat there and just said, hey, I'm not even going over there. He did have his glove up. You see how he does have the glove up, but he's nowhere near the ball. One thing you got to do, though, make sure you keep that mouth closed just in case. There's the sun you're looking up at. Now, whether or not you flip your glasses or not doesn't really matter. if it's right in the sun, it's impossible to see it.
He's still looking up thinking, how could I have done that differently? Good thing Sam Perlazzo was out of the way because he didn't know where it was either. It would hit him right in the head. 2-2 the count to Kratz. A line drive, base hit down the left field line. Eric Kratz is 2 for 2. On his way to second, he'll get there easily. It's a stand-up double. Eric Kratz getting a chance to start today for Carlos Ruiz, and he's got himself a couple hits and an RBI so far.
Yeah, might have been one of the first times this year he's gotten a hit, not driven in a run. Picked on something out over the zone there, right down the line. That ball kind of hugs the side. That's what you know it's going to be automatic double. It's a great situation, though, to start off with a double, the 8th hitter. That way, the 9th hitter, being the pitcher, can just bunt the ball. Hopefully get him into scoring position. Well, get him over the third. It scores a lot easier.
Eric Kratz now with his second major league double. Worley squares and bunts it toward first. That'll get the runner over. 1-3 on the putout. Oh, the Phillies get off this next road trip. Atlanta and then Washington. They'll take on the Arizona Diamondbacks here at the ballpark. It's a 3-game series. 2 night games and then the day game on Sunday, August 5th. It's a 1:35 start. Tickets are available at Phillies.com. We also invite you to go to Phillies.com to check out the pregame tent event that is taking place as part of the Halliday Family Foundation and the Fans Feeding Families program that the Phillies have going on at this point of the season. Again, go to Phillies.com for all your ticket and promotion needs. So the infield's in for Rollins and a runner at third with 1 out here in the bottom of the 4th.
Just need something out in the outfield, not necessarily needing to be a hit.
Ground ball to second, and that won't get Kratz home.
I was going to say, you don't want to swing at anything low up to 2 pitches. Once you get 2 strikes on you, then okay. But you see, that ball was down in the zone. Usually when you hit that one, it's going to be a ground ball. It's not right at the fielder, it's through. But need a little better execution here. See where this ball is. You see how down it is? And not only that, down and away. You want something up a little bit where it's easier to get out in the outfield.
Victorino takes a change up outside. 1-0. Victorino is 1 for 2. He singled and scored in the 3rd. Phillies 3, Brewers 1.
When you can pick up your teammate there after he doesn't do the job to come up with a 2-out clutch base hit. Just don't want to waste those kind of opportunities when you have runners in scoring position.
All 4. So first and third for the Phillies. And that'll bring Utley to the plate. I think a lot of people have liked Utley's at-bats over the last few days. He's already walked and doubled in today's ball game and has an RBI. Charlie Manuel certainly has liked his at-bats. The fact that he's walked 8 times in the last 8 games.
Yeah. Well, that's how you get your on base percentage. Being able to walk. Well, and you're looking at pitches. More pitches you look at, easier it's going to be able to get that stroke together.
I think it was safe to say that Chase was taking all the way there.
curveball. I mean, when you do take, though, every time you take, you want to take as if you're getting ready to hit the ball. Even if you made up in your mind, I'm not going to swing. That way you take a better look at the break of the ball.
Pratt's over at third. Victorino's at first. Phillies up by 2, looking for some more here at the bottom of the 4th. Another throw over. A liner to right center field. That'll get another run home. Victorino around second, heading to third. It might get 2 runs home. It will. Victorino's coming toward the plate. Chase Utley with his second double of the day. It's a 2-run shot, and the Phillies now lead it 5-1. How about his swings?
Well, these are the things that you get when you have Utley and also Howard in your lineup. You get those 2 out base hit, clutch hit, as you see him splits the gap right in right center there, driving into classic swing as he hits against that front foot. There's that split there in the gap. By then, the flying Hawaiian is on his way from first base. Utley driving in 2 again.
I think it's deceiving for the Brewers outfielders because Gomez was a step or 2 over toward left center because of the last double. So this time Utley pulls it, so he had more room to roam out there in right center field. Howard takes low and in, 1-0.
Well, it's hard to play him one particular way. If you're going to, you really want to maybe try and pull him.
Were you hoping to say that Utley was safe and secure at second base?
Yeah, I was looking for Christine to come over to let him know that Utley was safe at second, safe and secure with New York Life, but she didn't bring it over. I memorized that note, by the way.
Well, we've already done it today. The Phillies have had 8 hits so far today.
Oh, boy. Okay. Yeah, I was just so happy, though, to just to say that and to bring that up, though. Had it all working, too, though, Tom.
Utley leads off second. Foul tip. It's 2-1.
Howard's been getting a lot of change-ups. Utley's been getting a little more of those fastballs. But to be quite honest, he's worked himself into better counts. And when you're doing that, you're going to see a little bit more strikes. I think the encouraging thing, though, is to see Utley kind of running around, and not just running around, but defensively diving for balls and playing the way that we've become accustomed to seeing him play.
Trade 1 the count to Howard. Outside, ball 4, and Howard. Isn't that ball 4? It is ball 4.
He didn't want to walk.
Third walk for Estrada. And that'll bring Hunter Pence to the plate.
That's like trying to play Hunter Pence in a particular way. It's just impossible. I mean, he'll pull the same ball that he'll hit the opposite way. Just depends on where his body is, and it can be all over the place at times.
Sure can, but he's been productive. The last 2 nights he has driven in a run with a bloop single to right center field twice. 59 runs batted in, including 1 today. 2 on, 2 outs here in the bottom of the 4th. Outside, 1-0.
It's a style that you just wouldn't teach any young kids, but it works for him. The one thing you won't question, though, is his heart. And he wants to be able to win, wants to do good. I don't know if I've seen him take 2 pitches in a row like that.
It's contagious, Sarge.
See if he can get himself a pitch here to hit, or whether or not it will be an off-speed pitch. Outside fastball. Put that in a pretty good spot.
Ground ball, foul. According to Brian Anora, boy, that really looked fair. It looked like it hit some chalk over the third base bag, right in front of Brian Anora, who had the best look at it than anybody.
Up and in fastball there, turning on that pitch.
Okay, that's foul. Yep.
That was
He did have a better look.
Little dirt that flew up there. But you're right, though. That's how normally you can tell. It hit that chalk. You'll see that chalk fly up.
Well, all I had to do was go over the bag, and by that angle, it didn't look like it went over the bag. A called strike 3. Pence knew it. And the side is retired. But the Phillies do get 2 on the 2-run double by Chase Utley. Utley has 3 RBIs today. It's the first time since July of 2011 that he has a 3 RBI game, nearly a year. And the Phillies have a 5-1 lead. Against the Atlanta Braves. Tuesday the 7th is Jewish Federation of Greater Philadelphia night at the ballpark. August always brings plenty of great opponents and great promotions here at the ballpark. Tickets are available at Phillies.com. Phillies will be in Atlanta this weekend to take on the Braves.
Yep.
Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Chase Utley Vance Worley has a 4-run lead to work with because of Chase Utley today. And he gets Nyjer Morgan on a changeup at the first pitch. It's 0-1. Morgan's 1 for 2. A fly out to center, a bloop single to center. Back-to-back off-speed pitches, and it's 0-2.
He's got a little different swing than he's had previously. Usually he will hit some balls there to left field. Those balls on the outside part of the plate. He's trying to hit them to right field.
I think if they appeal, he may have gone. Nope, they're going to say no. 1-2.
Big reason why they were winning last year, Nigel Morgan. Probably a big reason why they're losing this year is the same way.
It's a really good point. And you wonder why. You know, what difference does a year make for a guy like this? Is it just age? Is it just focus? Is it just the atmosphere around him?
That's really a great question. I don't know if anyone can be able to answer that. I will say one thing, however, when you start off and you have a good start, that's why we talk about 30 hits there that first month there in April. You are really off and running. No, imagine if you only have 5, 6, 7, 8 hits, you got a lot of catching up to do.
Two-seamer on the inside corner, rung up for a strikeout. Can't watch the whole game? Stay up to date with Philly sports when you're on the go. Be the first with breaking news in Philly sports delivered right to your smartphone. Now available on iPhone and Android. Download the free CSN Sports app today. Ryan Braun up, nobody on. 4-run lead for the Phillies. That's when you like to face this guy.
Yeah, well, they still haven't figured out exactly what they're trying to do with him in terms of pitching to him. I know one thing, though. You throw him down and away, you better look out. That's what I like. Come on inside on him and see if he can hit that one.
Well, he can, and he bloops it down the right field line. He's on his way to second. Pence has it, and the throw won't be in time.
It's a good pitch and a good hitter hitting a good pitch. Not trying to do too much with it. Hey, he still gets a double. Look at that. And you look at the guys that have doubles in the league there. They're all usually having a good year. That's a good pitch inside as he fights it off of him. And not only that, he keeps it fair. Keep your eye on him, too, at third, because he will steal a base.
Ramirez 0 for 2. He's popped out and grounded into a double play. A breaking ball misses inside, 1-0. Sarge, we want to send condolences out to the Mullen family. Bob Mullen, who was an electrician foreman here at Citizens Bank Park, passed away earlier today.
Oh.
We want to send condolences out to Bob's family. Guys that work behind the scenes here at Citizens Bank Park, the electricians, the carpenters. Bob was from Local 98, obviously, which we've talked about a lot over the years here at the ballpark. They do such a great job, and they've done a great job with this facility as a whole. As that ball is popped to shallow right, Utley is out there to make the catch. There are 2 outs, but we hope that through this very difficult time that Bob's family knows that our thoughts and prayers are with them. Two outs here at the top of the 5th, and Corey Hart is the hitter. Hart's reached on a bunt single. He's also flied out to center. He's going to fly out to center again as long as Shane Victorino can see this one. Looks like he picks it up, and Van Swirly is through 5 innings. He does allow the 1-out double to Ryan Braun, but leaves him in scoring position. He's left 7 so far through 5. On to the bottom of the 5th, a little Christmas in July here at the ballpark. activities. Enjoy special activities and opportunities only available through our social media accounts. We're on Facebook, Twitter, Google+. Visit Phillies.com/social for a list of accounts. 5-1, bottom of the 5th inning. And a pitching change for the Brewers. Tyler Thornburg comes into his 4th ball game for Milwaukee. He'll take over from Marco Estrada. 4th ball game for Thornburg. Estrada allowed 5 runs on 8 hits through 4 innings of work. Phillies have won the last 3 games in their final at bat. Sarge, you've been in the dugout before when teams have come from behind. I would have to imagine, watching games as long as I have, and you've obviously played for a long time, there has to be a carryover, correct?
Oh, no question about it. You're going to feel good, can hardly wait to get to the ballpark. You know, and then you're thinking of, okay, how are we going to win today? And then you start saying, well, let's win a little easier than we did yesterday.
Ty Wigginton will face Thornburg, and he takes inside. It's 1-0. Charlie Manuel, the last 2 nights, has watched his team get 7 hits and 10 runs, but also 7 walks. There's the 9th hit of the day, and for Wigginton, his 1st of the day.
Yeah, and I think those walks really tell the story, because when you're walking, that means you're seeing the ball well. See those 7 walks. Then you get that hit. Now you can go 1st to 3rd and create those situations and make it easier to score runs.
Pierre's doubled and scored. He's also flied to left. Ruben was saying today in the press conference when he announced Cole's extension, one of the writers asked him about the trade deadline, which is coming up, and has the way the team's played, dictated anything at all as far as the trade deadline goes. And, Ruben said, yeah, it has. I mean, there's still this thought that the Phillies have to get out of the basement, get to 500, and then proceed from there.
Oh, yeah.
Now that everybody's back, all the personnel is back, they feel like they can do some damage, and then see where the chips fall once we roll into September. Back toward the middle, that'll sneak under the glove of Cody Ransom for a base hit. And Ruben has continued to say that anything that is done before the trade deadline is not to just do something, it's to make the team better this year and beyond 2012.
Yeah, well, I think that's, why you would make any trade is to make your team, better than what it is right now. But they put themselves in a position where they've been able to compete on a yearly basis, and not just compete, but to win. So that's hard to be able to live up to, but, it's all a part of it. It's better to be that way than always in last place like some of the other teams.
Kratz is 2 for 2. Erik Kratz has never had a 3-hit game in his major league career. He has in the minor leagues.
Well, you like to see that. That way you don't have to rush Carlos to get back.
1st and 2nd, nobody out. Fights off the fastball. It's 2-1.
Boy, he threw that ball right on his knuckles. That pitch 94, one of the hardest fastballs that we've seen here so far today, and with a little hard sink or a little run to it, as a lot of scouts would say.
Now time is called. 2-2 the count. Thornburg is a former third-round selection of the 2010 Major League Draft out of Charleston Southern University. Here comes the 2-2 pitch. Curveball, line foul. And the count remains 2-2.
He stayed in there pretty good on that breaking ball as he pulls it down the left field line.
Broke his bat, roller to third. Ramirez has one, and he may get two, and he does. 5-3 double play. Up to second goes Juan Pierre. Well, Eric Kratz has never had a two-hit game and then grounded into a double play in his major league career, but he does now.
Well, that's a fastball. It just in on his hands. You swing at that pitch. There's no one going to do anything with that one. That ball was a ball for sure.
Worley is 1 for 1. He had to sacrifice his last time up, which helped the Phils score a couple runs. Big swing and a miss. It's 0-1. Worley now has 3 hits in his last 3 games after not having any hits at all the whole year. Thornburg last year led the Brewers organization in wins in the minor leagues, Sarge. It was 10-6 in 24 starts. 7-0 in one league. That was in A-ball in Wisconsin.
Well, if he's throwing like this, I can see how he was able to get all those hitters out there in A-ball. Pretty cold league, too, to start the year.
A liner to left field. Ryan Braun is there. So Vance Worley waited on a curveball. And he nailed it right to Ryan Braun to wrap up this 5th inning. Phillies leave 1 at second. On to the 6th. It's a 4-run Phillies lead. From the rotation to the bullpen. The right-hander pitched shutout baseball for 7 innings in his last start for the Phils. And since Roy Halladay's return, Kyle Kendrick is now working in the later innings to help relieve some of the struggling relief corps. Kendrick hasn't allowed a run since June 28th. His arm has bolstered a bullpen in need. And it's brought to you by Independence Blue Cross. Now more than ever, we're here for you every step of the way. Well, of course, the Fanatic at Christmas in July, making sure that he was in the mood and in the right costume, too, Sarge.
Yeah.
I don't know if he'd make it down the chimney or not.
Nope, sure would.
Fanatic, look who's here, Santa Claus.
Of course, Santa Claus has to get into the spirit, too. Finding the Fanatic dangle hat. Well, we have said that we want to see people wearing that dangle hat that we haven't seen before, and, well, there you go.
Yeah. Very nice hats, believe it or not, when it's a little chilly.
Ricky Weeks leads off the top of the 6th and takes outside. Weeks is singled, and he's been hit by a pitch. Fanatic was very proud of his leap and tackle of the hot dogs last night at the ballpark.
He was. Said he took them right out. He did do that, though.
Sure did. We haven't seen any of those hot dogs at the ballpark today. I think they're all recovering. They're all sore from the hit. It's like they played a Sunday afternoon football game. What a 2-1 the count to Weeks.
Well, we were talking earlier about hitters just stop hitting for whatever reason. Jody Davis, one of my ex-teammates, he did the same thing. Just,
That ball's hit well. Pierre's going to head back, but it's going to find its way into the seats for a home run for Ricky Weeks. A solo shot, and it's now a 5-2 ball game here at the top of the 6th inning. 10th home run of the year for Weeks.
See where that was there. Probably more out over the plate or hanger if it was a breaking ball, and I just say that because he hasn't been handling a lot of pitches. Oh, he does get his 10th home run. See where this pitch is.
Catcher Martin Maldonado.
Looked to be almost like a changeup, but you can see how it just stayed right there. If he was soft tossing, you're not going to miss those very often.
Here's Martin Maldonado. So 5-2. The Phillies lead is at 3 here in the 6th. And a strike on the outside corner. We'll talk about Jody Davis, Sarge. What you were talking about, how guys just all of a sudden they just stop hitting.
Just stop hitting for whatever reason it is. Whether or not they're not seeing the ball, whether or not they, in Jody's case, going over to the Atlanta Braves, which is a good hitting ballpark. He always hit well there, and then he went there and then just didn't hit at all. Hitting almost right at 200.
Now, as part of it, you pick up bad habits and you just can't get out of those bad habits?
I don't know if it's so much the bad habits as you get there and your mind's playing tricks on you where, you're just thinking about too many other things other than what you should up at the plate, and that's to be able to see the ball and working on good mechanics. It doesn't matter how long you played. I mean, veteran players have gone through that. You look at Ann Keel, who was a pitcher and all of a sudden couldn't throw strikes. Steve Glass, same thing. So it not only happens to the pitchers, I mean the players too. Steve Sachs, pretty good second baseman. All of a sudden couldn't throw the ball to second base.
From second base to first, right.
Right. So we didn't help him out. I mean, as soon as they hit him a ground ball, we just scream out, look out.
0-2 to Maldonado. Not a bad spot with a 91-mile-an-hour fastball, 1-2. I think part of it, too, is that Weeks may have felt a little pressure like a lot of the other Brewers with Prince Fielder not being there.
Well, he may have felt some pressure. I mean, getting Ramirez, he's not having the year or having the presence of a Prince Fielder, but in terms of production, you have to go on and worry about yourself. He's a better hitter than right around a $190, $192 or so.
Line drive foul. And it remains 1-2. Maldonado's 1 for 2 today. That's an RBI. Upstairs, 2-2.
And starting to get some pitches up a little bit. Want to continue to throw that ball down in the zone.
Got him. 92-mile-an-hour fastball. First out here in the 6th. Cody Ransom's doing up. Hey, speaking of those dangle hats, check out the Phillies Authentic stand at Citizens Bank Park, located on the main concourse behind Section 133. The store features authenticated game-used items, including a dangle hat that Sarge wore. No, we're just kidding. And autographed memorabilia. New items are added each homestand. For a list of special offers and available items, email merch@phillies.com. Cody Ransom is hitless today and hitless no more. Pulls that one off the base of the wall. Juan Pierre gets to it, but Ransom will pull in the second with a 1-out double. And Travis Ishikawa will pinch hit for the Brewers, and the Brewers, they are a good hitting team, and they already have now 8 hits. And Rich Doobie might go either to the phone or to the mound. I think it's to the mound. Here he comes to talk to Vance Worley.
I'll go out and ask him how he feels, whether or not he's getting a little tired or not. Usually that's always a time to get somebody up in the bullpen. As you see them kind of scampering around a little bit. That's just a kind of a stall kind of tactics.
Looks like Kyle Kenrick's going to get up and start throwing for the Phillies. It's either Kenrick or Horst. Yep, it's going to be Kyle Kenrick.
Well, you've worked this hard to get ahead. You've been scoring runs there, so you want to make sure you don't let this game get away.
Well, maybe they didn't ask him to get up until now. Maybe Mick Billmeyer just anticipated that Kendrick was going to get up. That's the life of a bullpen coach, is to kind of anticipate what's going to happen.
Yeah, well, he'll start getting the mounds there together and getting the baseballs there.
Ishikawa takes high. It's 1-0.
And just about every pitcher has their own routine that they go through.
Foul tip, 1-1. Ishikawa is formerly of the San Francisco Giants, where he was primarily used as a defensive replacement over at first base. Very good with the glove. Those are his numbers for the year. .241 with 4 home runs for Milwaukee. Off the end of the bat, off the mound, Utley is there, flips over to first, and it's not in time. That was a heck of an attempt by Chase, but it'll be an infield single for Ishikawa.
Good play all the way around from Chase Utley to Ryan Howard as he picks that ball over at first base, because if it goes by, it's certainly going to be another run, and then that runner would be at second base. Take a look at it, and here's some of that defensive play we're talking about with Utley, just to prove that he's healthy. Look at that accurate throw right there. Nice pick, too, by Ryan Howard.
Well, the Phillies will set up to try to turn 2, knowing that Gomez is tough to double up. I'm just going to try to get an out here with 1 away in the 6th, and he lines it to left field toward the line. Pierre is over, dives, and it's off his glove, and it's a fair ball. 1 run will score. Ishikawa to third, and Gomez is at second with what probably will be scored an RBI double.
Yeah, I had a little ways to go, but that's a play I think you got to be able to make. You know, he went over to the line, but just at the last minute, it appeared that he was starting to kind of stumble just a little bit. That might have made the ball kind of move on him. First pitch swinging again. See that ball as it kind of hooking down, and it did hit off of his glove. It looked like he almost just kind of misjudged it, got a bead on it.
He started closing his glove.
Closed his glove too soon. Leave the glove open, the ball goes right in it. He did close it, so it hit the side of it.
Well, it was a 4-run lead, is now a 2-run lead with runners on second and third. The Phillies again will play the infield back. They'll try to get the out. And here comes Charlie Manuel, and it's going to be it for Vance Worley. So Charlie's going to go to Kyle Kendrick. with one out here in the 6th. Worley has not had an easy inning this afternoon. In fact, his easiest inning was the first when he allowed a 2-out double to Ryan Braun and got out of it. So he's going to go to Kyle Kendrick here in the 6th with one away and a 2-run lead. So that's it for Vance Worley. Both teams are into their bullpen here at Citizens Bank Park. This is an AT&T call to the bullpen here at Citizens Bank Park. We'll be back with Kyle Kendrick's numbers after this.
You don't think he should have caught that?
His day is done, though, because Kyle Kendrick is coming in. Kyle's 4-8, a 4.57 earned run average. On in relief to try to stop the bleeding here. The Phils led it 5-1 at one point. And now Kendrick will face Niger Morgan and then Ryan Braun if he can't get Morgan to hit into some kind of a double play, because they're runners at second and third. It'll have to be an unconventional double play, but let's face it, this has been an unconventional series.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And this, too, with Nigel Morgan coming up, and then you have Braun hitting after him. That's when it pays to have that guy that can really hit behind you, because you know that pitcher's not out there just trying to pitch around you. He should be able to come, and he should go right at him, because you don't want to face Braun with that bases loaded.
Well, the two runners on are inherited runners for Kendrick, who has done very well, whether it be in the rotation of late or coming out of the bullpen. There's Ryan Braun. He's on deck. Niger Morgan is 1 for 3. Struck out his last time up. And he takes high, 1-0.
Got the corners playing in at third base, Ty Wigginton, and then shortstop second base. They're playing deep, just trying to cut that ball off.
To right field, playable for Pence, not that deep. Ishikawa's not going to tag. Now he goes back. And Pence just unleashes a throw. There are 2 outs.
Yeah, bad base running. You're on third base. You got to go back to the bag to be able to tag up. And then what you'll do is you'll start down. You can see the throw. You know the ball's going to be caught. Take a look at him down there in the corner. Now he just starts to get back once Hunter starts to wind up. And the ball is up the line a little bit. Now they're discussing now on exactly what they're trying to do with Mr. Braun there coming up.
Well, he's got Ramirez on deck, who's no walk in the park, obviously.
Well, I think you would actually go at him, try and get him to hit your pitch. If you fall behind, still don't give in, and then try and get Ramirez out.
Brought his 2 doubles today. He's also reached on an error by Ty Wigginton. 5 for 10 against Kendrick.
really surprised at the base running. I mean, it's just common sense when you're over there at third base when that ball is going in the outfield.
No, he's not the only player, Sarge. We've watched it. I mean, there are players all around the league that just don't always know what they're supposed to do in what spots.
And that's a difference, though. And back in the day, especially when you're struggling and thinking maybe you can get an RBI, your team be one run down, and you're taking off coming down the line. I guarantee you would hear about it.
2-0 the count to Braun. Last pitch was awfully close. Still, it was Kendrick's kind of pitch. It wasn't Braun's kind of pitch.
It doesn't appear that they're trying to really even pitch to him.
No, they're just going to walk him, I would think, now. Yep, Kratz is up. So Ramos Ramirez will bat with the bases loaded.
Not a bad thing.
No, but you have to keep your focus because this guy is still a very difficult hitter that you're going to face.
Oh, there's just no question about that. I mean, even though he's been jammed a couple times, he's a guy that can rise to the occasion. He's a pretty good clutch hitter. And over the past years or so, throughout his career, he's always driven in a fair amount of runs.
Yeah, he has 6 different years with 100 RBIs or more. That's Ramos Ramirez. He's batting with Ishikawa at third, Gomez at second, and Braun at first. Numbers with the bases loaded. That's pretty productive.
Ooh. 49 RBIs, 10 slams.
Threw him a cutter. That's a good first pitch to Ramirez. He asked if it was a strike, and sure he said it was. It's 0-1.
Of course he's going to say that. It's a good pitch, though, as that ball is going away. But more importantly, he had the ball down some when Ramirez couldn't reach it.
Another one. 0-2.
Well, they've been doing that to Ramirez, getting those strikes on him and then coming in off the plate.
0-2, 2 outs here in the 6th. Phillies lead it by 2. The Brewers have scored 2 in this inning. Bases loaded and Aramis Ramirez is up. Popped him up. Shallow left field. Juan Pierre is there. He's under it. And the inning is over. The scoreless streak for Kyle Kendrick has now reached 19 1/3. Vance Worley very pleased with that. Kendrick leaves them loaded here in the 6th. We move on to the bottom of the 6th. Ford with 16 vehicles that get 30-plus MPG. Go further. Visit your Quality Plus Ford store today. By Thomas Jefferson University Hospital. Call 1-800-JEFF-NOW for an appointment. And by Dodge. Visit Dodge.com or your local dealer today. 44,000 plus as we go to the bottom of the sixth. Some would say that they would hope that the real Christmas, the weather was like this, because at that point we probably, well, I know you would probably have temperatures in the teens out in Chicago.
Oh, boy.
So you'd be looking for a 90-degree day.
Yep.
But some would hope for some snow. Here in July, this is perfect.
Oh, I couldn't agree with you more. This is great.
We start the bottom of the sixth. Levon Hernandez is the new pitcher for the Brewers. And it's 1-1 Rollins. Levon is the old pitcher who's the new pitcher for the Brewers.
Yeah, well, getting a little bit older.
Rollins pops it up down the left field line. I don't think anybody's going to get to it. Ramos Ramirez didn't see it right away, looked for some help, and there was no help coming.
Yeah, he did. He looked over and as he was going to the ball. And I think, however, though, if he goes at the ball and continues to go at it himself, he would have a little better go at it. See Cody Rent from the shortstop coming in. You see there, he locates the ball again, and then he tries to one-handed to no avail.
Rollins is flied to left, flied to center, grounded out to second. 0 for 3. 1 for 10 in the series. Ground ball right side. Four 3 on the put out for the first out. Dorito scored 2 runs today. How long has Levon Hernandez been around? Well, his 13 wins against the Phillies is the most among active pitchers. His 11 losses against the Phils, most among active pitchers.
Now, one of those pitchers that more of a control type pitcher. You know, tries to get you to hit his pitch. Also knows about plenty of the Cuban restaurants, by the way. He's turned me on to Cuban restaurants, and Puerto Rican restaurants, just Latin food altogether.
Should have like a blog or something about it. Or he should write about it or something.
I'll let Wills do that.
Over the shortstop. Ransom catches it out of the air. 2 outs here in the sixth, and here comes Chase Utley.
I'm usually trying to hide in a restaurant when I'm there, just kind of incognito. You know, don't always want people to know where you are.
Sergeant, I find it hard to believe that if you went anywhere here in Philadelphia or Chicago or Atlanta or San Francisco that people wouldn't know that you were there.
That's a good point, but I'm still trying to hide. Did you ever get a chance to talk to Wills about the Hall of Fame?
Yeah, we talked the other day about it. He said that he did not cry.
No, I said he had tears in his eyes.
Outside with a breaking ball, it's 0-1. He just yelled from the back, I did not.
You know what? Let's interview Renee and see if we can get that same thing. I mean, just can you imagine being at the Hall of Fame and someone mentions your name and you got to stand up and give a little wave? You know how emotional he gets at times.
Very emotional fellow. Ground ball up the first base line. That's a fair ball and hit the bag. Hart picked it up, bobbled it, and Utley safe at first.
I don't know. They could possibly give him a hit on that. I mean, it would be a gift hit, but it is Christmas in July.
It is that, Sarge.
Take a look at it as this ball is just going to roll and twinkle and hit the bag there. Utley that thinks it's going foul, then it hits the bag. He takes off. Hart not able to get to the ball there. Just lost the handle. See what they give him.
We're going to give him a base hit, Sarge.
What I tell you? Okay?
Little gift for Christmas in July.
I'm just trying to tell you. I mean, it's just, you know, you're at home, you get a little home cooking. That'll make that average feel a little bit better, getting those 3 hits, huh?
Well, he's 3 for 3 today. Utley is. Ryan Howard, who has 4 career home runs against Livan Hernandez. Now they have 3 infielders on the right side against him. And Livan delivers a strike at the knees with a changeup. It's 0-1.
Whatever that was came in at 79.
That's why I said changeup, but the board here said slider.
Had slider spin on it.
That was a fastball. I know that was a fastball.
Not throwing as hard as he used to. This guy was the type of pitcher when he was starting that would give you an comfortable 0 for 4. He's got that eephus pitch he throws. I mean, when you look at him throw on the mound, you're wondering to yourself, how aren't you hitting just about every ball out of the ballpark? And he is the type of pitcher will frustrate you just because of that. Can't be afraid to hit with 2 strikes on you.
Snuck an 84-mile-an-hour high fastball right past Ryan Howard.
84 high fastball. Oh boy.
Phillies with 5 runs on 11 hits. The Brewers with 3 runs on 10 hits.
This guy, too, a pretty good athlete.
Hit on the ground. Base hit off the glove of Cody Ransom. Utley's on his way to third. And the Phillies have first and third with 2 outs. A shift or not, Ryan Howard picks up his 5th hit of the series. And Hunter Pence is the hitter. I would think this is the kind of guy that would frustrate a hitter like Pence.
That's how hard Howard hits the ball as he hits it right through the shift. Utley automatically going to third base. See that right off the glove there, Cody.
So first and third. Pence has very good numbers against Hernandez for his career. He's 8 for 22 against him, with 3 doubles and an RBI. That's that one to right field. It's pretty well hit. Morgan, though, looks like he's going to have some room. And on the first pitch, Pence is retired, and the Phillies leave Howard over at first and Utley at third. On to the 7th, a 2-run game here in Philly.
I play because I do. I purely enjoy the game, and I want to win. And this is, I really do feel the best opportunity to win a championship again.
Well, here's our game summary. Phillies fell behind again the way they did in the first two, and then came back and tied it, and then they started to add on with Chase Utley knocking in a bunch of runs here today with a couple doubles, and then the Brewers came back and looked like they had a chance to tie the game. Kyle Kendrick still in the game time. He came in, shut the door, did a real good job.
Now he faces Corey Hart to start the seventh inning. Our game summary also included that comment from Cole Hamels at today's press conference after he signed his 6-year contract extension. I think a lot of the fans will love too the fact that he felt like the best chance to win or keep on winning was here in Philadelphia. And that's one of the reasons why he signed his deal.
It's nice to hear the guys talk like that. You know, they come here to win. They want to stay to win. You know, it just the whole culture changed a number of years ago, and it's really nice this way.
1 ball, 2 strikes to Corey Hart, who's 1 for 3. Charlie's had so much to do with that changing the culture to winning.
Has he ever?
On the outside corner, a 2-seamer that froze Corey Hart.
Well, this guy's really pitching with some confidence right now. Watch him run this baby back. You see Kratz set up outside, comes running back, and on the outside part of the plate. Got him using his changeup really effectively. The left-handed hitters running that thing back through some really good, I think they were either cutters or sliders to Ramirez. And what a great conversation. They all went out there and talked about him before he threw the first pitch, which was, you know, I mean, you cannot let Ramos Ramirez get a first ball fastball in the strike zone in that spot. And it looked like they went out and talked about it.
Ricky Weeks has had as good a day as he's probably had in a month. He's got a home run, a single. He's been hit by a pitch. A sinker low, 1-1 the count.
The other thing about Kendrick, if he can keep doing this role and pitch more than, you know, just come in and get him out in an inning and give you another inning. And you can always have a situational guy up just in case, as they do right now, in case you get in a spot where you need that.
Jeremy Horst is up and throwing in the pen. There he is.
Yeah, and if you get through this inning, they probably go to Bastardo in the 8th inning and Papelbon in the 9th. We'll get ahead of ourselves, but if he can get through this inning.
1-2 the count to Ricky Weeks. Ground ball left side. And Wigginton lets it go by. What a play by Rollins to get to it, safe at first. That was a good play all the way around, but Weeks still runs pretty well, even with the bum knee.
You want your third baseman to cut that ball off, and you know that's a really tough play for Rollins. Plus, he gets screened if you don't get to it and cut it off. And Wigginton couldn't get to it, and now it's a really tough play because watch Jimmy. He's really not anticipating. See, it looks like he's going to get it, and the third baseman, that's his play right there, but he couldn't get to it, and now you're just not in the same sync you're in if it's your ball. It's what I'm trying to say.
Still made a pretty good attempt at it.
Made a terrific play.
Now the Phillies will set up for 2. Brewers have had a hit in every inning today, or a base runner in every inning today. Maldonado checks at a cutter.
And this one has not been smooth. They've had a lot of men on base, and Vance pitched out of a bunch of jams. 10 overall left with a man on right now that they hope they leave out there or double.
Out in front of a changeup, 1-1. Cody Ransom's on deck. And then the pitcher's spot for the Brewers. They have Cameron Lowe throwing in the bullpen. He was out front with a lot of the quotes from yesterday's game won by the Phils. Ricky Weeks nearly picked off. Nice move by Kendrick.
Good quick feet here by Kyle. Watch what he does. See how quick that move is with his feet, and that's how a right-hander picks guys off. It's a little shorter lead on time and more aware of it, but that first move is the one to get him.
Little low, 2-1 the count to Maldonado, who has struck out twice today, but has an RBI single. He had an RBI single his first time up that brought home Corey Hart. Oof, it's a late time. Kendrick did take a lot of time to get to the plate.
One of the things that plagued him a little bit, you see what base stealers do, for Kyle, plagued him a little bit when he was starting, was he'd slow up so much with men on base. Had him chasing up there all afternoon. Now, Kendrick is not a high fastball pitcher, so that's not a great pitch for him to necessarily try to get a guy out on him. So he wouldn't do it, but he could get hurt in that area.
I think he's only thrown 2 or 3 fastballs. Everything's been cutter, changeup, stuff like that. He's really spotted his pitches well. And Maldonado asks for time again. Now it's 2-2.
Well, they may go with something away from him, see if he'll roll it over.
Up high, 3-2. Let's see what they do with Weeks here. Weeks, as we said, has been bothered by a sore knee the last year or so, but runs pretty well.
Yeah, this would be one of those situations if they decide to do anything, they're running on the count, so they're really not worrying about a jump from him over there. And this would just be whether you're worried about ground ball double play or strikeout double play.
He has struck out twice today. Maldonado has.
Which would make you think they wouldn't run, but we'll see.
3-2, 1 out. He goes. The pitch is fouled at the plate.
Yep, they just decide they're going to take a chance here to stay out of a double play and run.
These lucky fans are today's Citizen 7. They will receive a prize pack courtesy of Citizens Bank. Citizens Bank with the most 7-day branches in the Philadelphia area. To find a branch near you, visit citizensbank.com. Weeks goes again, spun his wheels, and the ball is fouled back. Maldonado's fighting off a few pitches here. Ricky Weeks' career 83% base stealer. He's been a good player, a former Golden Spikes Award winner for the best college baseball player in the country out of Southern University.
Was that Louisiana?
I believe that's where it is, yeah. He goes again, the 3-2. Grounded toward third. Diving stop. Wigginton makes the throw in time to get Maldonado. That was a good play. And there are 2 outs here in the 7th inning. Cody Ransom is due up. Let's see what Ron Renicky does. Ron Renicky's looking around. Ransom's going to bat.
Here's a play here. This ball's hit a little harder. Takes a nice hop there for Ty Wigginton. Does a good job. Throws him out. With the runner going, they stayed out of the force out. Probably wasn't going to be a double play.
And now he needs to get Ransom with the runner in scoring position. Ransom gets it off the end of the bat foul. 0-1. He got an 86-mile-an-hour cutter. See the numbers with runners in scoring position. Both teams have had opportunities today. Changeup, 0-2. Whatever they've said to Kendrick about mixing up his pitches, he certainly has done that lately, and he's doing that this afternoon.
Well, we had Cody Ransom here, and you don't want to throw him too many fastballs.
In the dirt, 1-2. Cameron Lowe has to be ready to commit. He's been throwing, it seems, since yesterday. So he'll come on to pitch the bottom of the 7th, you would think. Well, they could leave Levant in if the Phillies can get Cody Ransom here. 1-2 the count. Tapper foul, or the Brewers can make a double switch. Cody Ransom spent the last couple of years with the Arizona Diamondbacks. Picked up off waivers from the D-backs this year. Thought they could sneak him through, but the Brewers needed some shortstop help. Waiting for the 1-2. Weeks way off second. Kratz and Kendrick trying to get on the same page. Kratz will set up outside. And the pitch fouled away to the right of home plate. It's a big league battle going on right now. Van Swirly started. He went 5 1/3, allowed 3 runs on 10 hits. Now it's Kendrick, who picked up for him in the 6th, pitching here in the 7th. Popped him up. Kratz will give it a look, and that'll be back into the Diamond Club. Give Ransom some credit. He's fouling off some tough pitches here. Nori Aoki is in the on-deck circle for the Brewers. The pitcher spot is due up next. Already some finals around the National League. The Nationals defeated the Mets 5-2. Washington is in Milwaukee tomorrow. Washington is 19 games over 500.
It was supposed to be Strasburg today. Did he pitch?
Yeah, he pitched.
Yeah. Yeah, Washington's the best team in the division. I mean, that's pretty easy to see. They played very good baseball all year. They have not had many hiccups.
Once again, the 2-2 pitch. Got him. They talked about it. They talked over and over again, and Kendrick finally came back and threw a changeup to Cody Ransom, and he picked up his 2nd strikeout of the inning. He leaves 1 in scoring position. The Brewers have left 9 in scoring position this afternoon. Time to stretch here in Philadelphia with the Phils up 2. Trivia quiz answer. All right, Wheels, here you go. Robin Yount was the 3rd overall pick in 1973. That's a pretty good pick, wasn't it?
Yeah, pretty good.
Name the player the Phillies took with the 2nd overall pick.
I am going to go with, out of the University of Colorado, John Bad Dude Stearns.
You are correct, according to Sarge. Did you hear it?
No, I didn't hear it.
Bing!
Oh. Think you'd have gotten that one?
No. Log back on to Phillies.com to find out if you're the winner of a Phillies prize pack. Thanks for playing Dodge Stone.
Guy who played baseball and football for the Colorado Buffaloes.
He was a pretty good catcher.
He was a good athlete. Tough guy.
Well, Livan Hernandez continues along here at the bottom of the 7th.
He was the #1 player the Mets won in the Tug McGraw deal.
That's right. He didn't have the same career that Robin Yount had.
No, few did.
Wigginton grounds it to 3rd, and Corey Hart is able to leap up to make the catch.
Robin Yount
That's why you run it out, everybody, because you can make a bad throw look even worse if you can get up that line.
You never know. Robin Yount has a plaque in that building we saw over the weekend.
Hall of Fame?
Yeah.
Yep.
He's a pretty good player.
Two different positions.
Yeah.
He mastered 2 different positions. Shortstop and center field.
He could really hit.
With 1 away, Juan Pierre is due up.
Phillies do have Antonio Bastardo in the bullpen right now for the 8th inning. And they're going to try and get 6 outs probably through Bastardo and Papelbon.
Pierre is 2 for 3 today. Doubled and scored in the 2nd. Singled his last time up. Shows bunt, takes outside, 2-0.
One thing about this series, it's certainly nothing is predictable.
I think the only thing that was predictable was that Jonathan Papelbon was going to come out and throw BBs last night after the Phillies took the lead.
He had a good adrenaline rush for it.
I bet he hit 96 on a couple of different occasions.
When he first came up, that used to be pretty normal for him. Has a lot of bullets ago, though.
3-1 now to Pierre. With Eric Kratz on deck, there's Bastardo. Like everybody else, wearing the short sleeves today. Over to left field, Ryan Braun is out there. And there are 2 outs. Wheels, today Murph's not with us these next few days. Murph's spending some quality time with his family. This weekend, though, Murph is going to be participating in the Irish Pub Children's Foundation bike event from the Irish Pub in Philadelphia to the Irish Pub in AC. He's got a team. Chris Pohl, who works here at the ballpark, this is his jersey that he's going to be wearing as part of Team Murphy.
Nice.
So Murph has been he's been doing this. I can't remember how many years, but this is an event that he does often, and it's to help raise funds for the Irish Pub Children's Foundation. So we just want to make everybody aware of it. And by the way, that's a great looking jersey.
It is. Nice going, Murph.
Yep. So Chris Pohl from the Phillies office is going to be part of Murph's team. He has a lot of folks that are going to be cycling as part of this event.
Sponsors on that baby.
Well, he's got Murphy on it like 4 different times.
Yeah.
Wish Murph the best of luck with that.
Yeah, just don't go over the handlebars. We need you.
Check swing, slow roller, past Livan Hernandez, picked up by Weeks. And the Phillies are retired in order here in the 7th inning. Teams do not go down in order that often. At least they have it today. 7 in the books. On to the 8th. Phil's lead is at 2. AT&T, rethink possible. By McDonald's. Now at McDonald's, any size soft drink or sweet tea, just $1. And by Toyota, every new Toyota purchase comes with Toyota Care. John Mayberry will take over in left field for the Phillies as a defensive replacement for Juan Pierre. Antonio Bastardo is on the pitch the 8th inning. The Phillies are up 2-5-3. You're wondering about the lineup because the pitcher spot is due to lead off the bottom of the 8th. They're going to bat straight up, so that means Charlie is going to pinch hit for Bastardo in the bottom of the 8th.
The only reason I think you and I are talking between innings would leave him if something, you don't want it to happen, but if they had to go get Bastardo in this inning, then they could put Fontenot in that spot and put the pitcher in Wigginton's spot.
And then you could look at it even differently, is they might want to have Ruiz pinch hit
they could
to
put
start
Ruiz,
the 8th.
yeah, they could put Ruiz in there too. But I mean, if you're going on with the inning, it leaves them the option to do a couple things. But their number one thing they want to do is have this guy pitch the 8th inning.
Nori Aoki will pinch hit for the Brewers here in the 8th. It's kind of like having a leadoff batter pinch hit because that's what his duties usually are.
Yep.
It'll be Aoki, then Gomez, and Niger Morgan.
They would probably love to get through this afternoon without using Ruiz.
I agree with that. 0-2 the count.
Although you wonder if he would come in to catch Papelbon in the 9th inning.
He's done it for so many years.
Yeah, it's not like Lidge, where they had to have him in the game because of that slider.
Oh-2 pitch to Aoki. Threw him another slider. It's 1-2.
Oh, the way this guy starts running.
There's Carlos, just warmed up. Antonio Bastardo.
Break the ball away to him from a left-hander looks like it could be effective. Even if he hits it, he won't hit it hard.
Pratt sets up away. And they go with a slider. They appeal. No swing. Chad Fairchild almost rung him up. He almost rung him up without even looking for the appeal.
That's some hitting style, isn't it?
But it seems to be taught all around Japan.
I guess.
Because Ichiro's hitting style is a lot like that.
Especially the left-handed hitters.
Swing and a miss. He was out of the box as he took his hack. 1 out here in the 8th.
Well, he fooled him that time because that thing was on the inside part of the plate as opposed to everything had been away before that, and it was a fastball. Well, see, he's cheating. He's thinking he's going back away from. Now here it comes on the inside part of the plate. It almost looked like he tried to foul it off at the last second, stay alive.
Carlos Gomez is 1 for 4 today. Shows bunt, bunts it foul. But he is fast.
Oh yeah. Remember, was it the Mets he broke in with?
Yeah.
We saw him with the Mets the first time, and it was remarkable to see how quick he is.
He's traded to the Twins for the Johan Santana deal.
Right.
At one point, the Mets had Gomez, Lastings Millage, and Fernando Martinez, the 3 top outfield prospects, and none of them panned out. I guess you could say that this guy was the best of the 3, but really not with the Mets.
He's still around.
Now the 0-2 pitch coming to Gomez. Throws a slider away, 1-2.
Michael Schwimmer's starting to loosen up out there. He'd be up for Braun.
Left center field. Mayberry on the run. So is Victorino, and Gomez will be at first with a 1-out single. His second hit of the day.
Yeah, now unless you get a double play here, you're going to have to deal with Braun in this inning.
Yeah, they're going to have Bianchi come in to pinch hit for Niger Morgan. So they'll bring the right-hander in. I think Charlie's going to stay with Antonio Bastardo with Bianchi up. So Jeff Bianchi will pinch hit. He came on to play shortstop earlier this series. kid from Lancaster County.
He was born in Lancaster.
Gomez, threat to run at all times, 17 for 22 this year. Brewers have had a base runner in every inning today.
This has not been easy today.
Foul ball, it's 0-1.
They left a lot of men on base. Phillies had the lead, for the most part today after it was 1-1, but it just seems like they've been after them the whole game of the Brewers with base runners. Never been comfortable.
Vance Worley started. He went 5 1/3, allowed 3 runs on 10 hits. Kyle Kenrick then an inning and 2/3 scoreless to raise the scoreless streak to 20 1/3. Another foul ball. He's late on his pitches. And it's 0-2.
Late on fastball, so does that mean you speed up his bat with a breaking ball, try and fool him and strike him out, or do you stay with fastballs and see what they do?
With one more fastball.
Well, when you're that late, normally, you don't want to change, and like I say, speed his bat up a little bit.
He threw a fastball and he fouled it in and out of the glove of Kratz.
Almost got him.
Keeping an eye on Gomez over at first. Really keeping an eye on Gomez at first.
I don't know if they're coming from the bench or not. You don't want to get, get overly concerned with him because you got a hitter buried here right now who hasn't seen you. He's not a double play guy. Started to throw a whole lot of ground balls.
Broke his bat, little spinner foul. That was 94 or 84, I should say, with the slider.
Yeah, he threw a breaking ball. That was the first one he'd thrown him.
Every time the Phillies retire the opposing team 1-2-3, Comcast will make a contribution to Phillies charities. Phillies baseball is brought to you by Xfinity, your home for the most live sports, giving you all your favorite sports all year long. Kratz takes a look over to the dugout to see what they want to do with Gomez. Phillies up by 2. Brewers with the runner at first and 1 out here in the 8th. The slider high, 1-2. Boy, he's really late on the fastball, but he's making contact.
Yeah, they have a scouting report on him, so they have a game plan. Doesn't always match up though necessarily with your pitcher who's on the mound the way you want to do things. Does he have those pitches to get a guy out? They've thrown one slider so far, and he's been late on fastballs. He's diving too.
Ground ball over to third, another foul ball, and it remains 1-2. They try to slider again. Guy used his big frame to reach over and get that ball. Pays to be tall, Wheels.
I guess. I have no idea what that would be like. Brain hits you quicker.
I don't know. If you walked into a kindergarten class or a first grade class, you know what it would like to be tall.
I don't know. Kids are nowadays.
Kids are tall.
Really?
Some kind of battle going on here. The pitch to Bianchi. Lifted in the air. Shallow right field. That's going to be a tough play. Pence coming on. Makes the sliding grab. And Gomez goes back to first. There are 2 outs.
He didn't slide there. If he didn't feel like he had a slide, if he catches that standing up, he doubles him off first base because Gomez made a base running mistake. But once he went in the slide, then he can't get him.
Ryan Braun's walking to the plate. It's our Home Depot defensive play of the game. It just happened a few seconds ago.
Yeah, see right there, he has to leave his feet. He decides he has to leave his feet, and once he leaves his feet, then he can't double him. But, you know, it's an out and a good play.
Home Depot doing more on defense. Now a meeting on the mound. Rich Doobie with the rest of the infielders, with Ryan Braun due up. They've decided to stay with Bastardo, with Braun up as the tying run here in the top of the 8th inning.
Yeah, we figured Schwimmer was up for him, but he wasn't. He's listening
intently.
Yeah.
And now the conversation is broken up.
Dudes can do that to you unless you want to walk away from him.
He'll follow you, though.
And we can do that.
He'll follow you.
Tough for the pitcher to do that. Makes his point in many different ways.
So Ryan Braun is up. Gomez is on first. Braun today has a couple doubles. He's also been intentionally walked. His numbers against lefties. And they throw a fastball low. It's 1-0.
This guy's really scary in this spot. And that's what they want to stay away from, him being the tie and run here. Because he's hard. You can't keep him in the park in any spot if he nails it. He's that strong. Now you can say, oh, I'll pitch him away, you know, keep him in the ballpark like most guys. Doesn't work that way with Braun.
One ball, no strikes, the count. The pitch from Bastardo. Swing and a miss and a high fastball.
That's a bat speed right there.
Throw back to the mound, went off the glove of Bastardo.
I think Braun, that's the way you can get him out once in a while, though, is up like that, you know, or in maybe. He just seems to really love the ball down, like most power hitters.
Well, this series, he is 6 for 11 against the Phillies. Hit a home run off the wall, the brick wall in center field.
Line drive home.
Going again with a fastball. 2-1 the count.
Was a good looking pitch.
It sure was.
Instead of 1-2, it's 2-1.
After an 8-pitch at bat to Bianchi, it's now 2-1 to Braun, with 2 outs here in the 8th inning. To left field. That's pretty well hit. Mayberry's going back, and we're tied at 5.
So dangerous.
2-run home run for Ryan Braun. It's his second home run of the series. And it's tough to keep him in the yard.
It is.
When you throw it to his wheelhouse. And that's his 28th home run of the year.
And they decided to go left-hander with him instead of the right-hander. And he's just a special player, Ryan Braun. bad feeling about him. Fastball, too. And let's see how he got his arms out. And now when he pulls.
So it's a 5-5 game here at the top of the 8th. The Ramos Ramirez is up.
Loves to get his arms out.
And Ramirez hits it to third. Glove by Wigginton. So we'll go to the bottom of the 8th inning, and it's a brand new ball game. The Phils had a 5-1 lead at one point, but that lead has been erased. It's now 5-5 as we move to the bottom of the 8th inning as Ryan Braun's 2-run home run has tied it up. Night here at the ballpark. In fact, it's alumni weekend beginning Friday the 10th. Alumni night presented by Toyota will be Saturday, August 11th at 7:05. August brings plenty of great opponents and promotions. Tickets are available now. Order your tickets by going to Phillies.com. By the way, the 12th, if you have been checking out the local listings, it is now a 1:35 start. All right, so we're tied at 5 as we go to the bottom of the 8th inning. We wouldn't have it any other way, the way this series has gone between the Phillies and the Brewers. Phillies had a 5-1 lead in this game, but the Brewers have come all the way back, 2 runs in the 6th, 2 in the 8th to tie it at 5. John Axford is the new pitcher for Milwaukee, 3-6 with a 4.91 earned run average, and he'll face Lance Nix, who will pinch hit for Antonio Bastardo. It'll be Nix in the top of the order, Jimmy Rollins and Shane Victorino. Now the Phillies scored 6 runs in the 8th inning yesterday to win the ball game. That's after the Brewers scored 2 in their half of the 8th. The night before, the Phillies scored 4 in the bottom of the 9th inning to win it. So let's see what they have in store for the fans today. Axford is the former closer for the Brewers, who probably will eventually become the closer again if the Brewers decide to trade Francisco Rodriguez. Even if they don't trade Rodriguez, there's a chance Axford takes over the closer's role. But Ron Renicky says he doesn't think he's ready for those duties yet.
Yeah, well, he showed he can do it. He just hadn't been able to do it this year. He did it last year.
And part of the year before.
Right.
1-0 the count to Nix. And Nix fouls it back, 1-1. There's Francisco Rodriguez just hanging out. He won't be used until there's a lead for the Brewers, if there is one. Jonathan Papelbon, meanwhile, is starting to throw in the Phillies bullpen, and he'll be used no matter what, it seems, in the top of the 9th inning. One ball, one strike to count to Nix. And a curve, high, 2-1. Fouls it away, 2-2. He got another fastball. And he fouled it back. It was in a good spot, though, for Exford. Nips his numbers this year in limited time. There's that calf injury that he had been dealing with for most of the year. Put him on the DL for quite a long time. So he's dropped some weight since going down on the DL. Ground ball right side. Corey Hart. And one out. Now Jimmy Rollins, who's 0 for 4. Exford pitched in game 1 of this series, went an inning and a third, scoreless for the Brewers. Gets Rollins to pop it up. And Cody Ransom, the shortstop, is under it. There are 2 outs here in the 8th. Tonight on Sports Night, we'll have a live report from Lehigh as the Eagles' full team reports to training camp. Get a preview of tonight's MLS All-Star game from PPL Park and reaction to Nashville's decision to keep Shea Weber out of the orange and black. Plus news on Cole Hamels' extension. And all the news Philly fans need to know on Sports Night tonight at 6 on Comcast Sportsnet. Victorino has scored 2 runs today. He's 1 for 3. Phillies scored their runs before the 5th against Marco Estrada. The Brewers bullpen, as bad as they've been in the series, they've been better in this game alone. Oh, and 2 the count to Victorino. Over to shortstop. Easy play for Cody Ransom. So Phillies go down quietly for a second straight inning. 1-2-3. On to the 9th inning, tied at 5 between the Phillies and the Brewers. Against the Diamondbacks, Braves, Cardinals, Reds, Nationals, and Mets coming up in the month of August. Some good promotions going on, too, including 1990s Retro Night, plus a Hatfield Dollar Dog Night. Order your tickets at Phillies.com. Today was a sellout number 254 in a row here at Citizens Bank Park. And, well, they've seen a pretty good ball game. The Brewers have had a ton of base runners, and they finally tied the game after being down 5-1 in the 8th. So now Jonathan Papelbon is here in the top of the 9th. And Papelbon will face Corey Hart, Ricky Weeks, Martin Maldonado. Papelbon picked up his 22nd save of the year in last night's game. He was, you want to talk about an adrenaline rush. He was throwing 96 miles an hour.
Yeah, and you don't get the same thing right now, of course, because you're coming into a tie game, but it is at home. You know you're pitching the 1 inning, and your job, obviously, get them out and then come in and win the game at home.
But the other thing, too, is he feels like he still has, that he has something to prove. That there have been games this year that he hasn't been able to hold the tie. I mean, blown saves are going to happen from time to time for closers, but there have been times where he hasn't been able to hold the tie in these kind of situations. Antonio Bastardo pitched the 8th inning. He allowed 2 runs on the 2-run home run by Braun. Vance Worley started, went 5 1/3, allowed 3 runs. Then Kyle Kendrick pitched an inning and 2/3 scoreless. So now to the 9th, even at 5. Corey Hart 1 for 4. A bunt single his first time up.
And the Phillies have the heart of their order coming up in the 9th inning with Utley, Howard, and Pence, and no left-hander out there for them.
Ground ball, base hit for Corey Hart with Wigginton over toward the line.
Yep, they're guarding the line, and that leaves the hole, and he hit it.
Hart decided to swing at that first pitch. Ricky Weeks is the hitter.
I don't know, they didn't even think about bunting here. Well, you know, Weeks has been struggling a lot, but he's a little bit better today.
He's 3 hits today, including an infield single his last time up.
Normally not a guy you would bunt with, you know, because he used to be one of their offensive forces.
Wheels mentioned for the Phillies in the bottom of the 9th. It's Utley, Howard, and Hunter Pence that are due up. You figure against John Axford, although there is some warming up going on right now. Rodriguez is starting to walk around the mound just in case the Brewers take a lead. Hart can steal a base from first, although he's only stolen 2 this year. He's bothered by a bum knee. There have been years where he's been able to steal some bags. There's Francisco Rodriguez. One ball, 1 strike the count. Runner goes. Pitch is taken inside. Throw to second is not in time. Pretty good throw from Kratz.
Yeah, now he put a really quick sweep tag on him too, and looked at the umpire like he thought he had him.
I think he may have had him. Nope, his foot's on the bag.
So much dust there, it's hard to tell if his foot was on the bag, but it was.
So now it's 3-1 to Weeks with Maldonado over in the on deck circle. Over to the shortstop. That's a base hit to left field. Hart's going to stop at third. He was frozen just in case Rollins came up with it. So Papelbon now has given up back-to-back hits to start the 9th. And first and third for Maldonado. They're going to have to bring everybody in. You would think.
Yeah, because you double play, you give up the lead. So they got to play at least halfway. Hart runs well enough too that you can't cheat it back a little bit more if it were a slow runner with the option to come home.
That's 15 hits now for the Brewers today.
Yeah, they've had a ton of base runners today, and the Phillies ran through the raindrops most of the afternoon, and then the home run tied the game.
First and third, nobody out. They'll play the infield halfway in the middle. I still think they're coming home.
Oh, sure. That's why they're doing this.
And the bunt, it's a squeeze. Papelbon has it. Now he's got Hart caught between third and home. Oh, man. Wigginton chases Hart down. 1 out. It's just odd.
Squeeze, you don't stop usually, but, you know, you.
Safety squeeze? Yeah, he was coming down.
I don't know if he let. Yeah, I mean, I'll be honest. I didn't see if he broke right away, so we'll be able to tell here.
No, he didn't break right away.
Well, then they're just trying to bunt. Yeah, that's what they try to do. You know, the theory on this is that's just bad base running by Corey Hart, because if you're doing what you call a safety squeezer, what you're doing is you're trying to get him in if you can, but the worst you come out of that is second and third and 1 out.
Right.
You know, so that's just. They have really had some poor base running here this afternoon, and hopefully that's another one that hurts them. Not poor base running, but some just strange execution on things.
So Cody Ransom, now the Phillies will set up for 2. With Ransom up, the pitcher's spot is due up, or the number 9 spot is due up next, but it's Aoki, who came on as part of a double switch. So he's out of the on-deck circle. He's already batted once. And Ransom takes a strike. It's 0-1. He threw him a slider. Slider or split. That was a slider. And it's 0-1. Ransom doubled and scored in the 6th inning.
Corey Hart and Braun talking it over there. That was just not a good play by Hart, I don't think. The whole thing about that play, when you're the runner on third, is you have to read what's happening and react. And if it's not there, you just stay there.
We saw it the other day. The Giants executed it perfectly in the game on Saturday.
Suicide squeeze different. You're coming the whole time, and if something goes wrong, goes wrong.
In all honesty, if they had pulled the suicide squeeze, I think he would have scored.
Probably would have. Would have been tough. It would have been one of those ones where the pitcher has to flip it on the run.
0-2 the count to Cody Ransom. Runners on first and second. Up high, 1-2. Ricky Weeks is at second base. Maldonado's at first. Got him. Threw him a 95-mile-an-hour fastball, and he just couldn't catch up to it. 2 outs here of the ninth. Aoki coming up. Well, if he didn't have the adrenaline rush before, I think he's got it now.
Yeah, as you said, Tom, with that velocity, look where the location is, too. That's almost unhittable.
Nori Aoki struck out his first time up. Papelbon is almost through what started out to be a very tough inning. Went upstairs with a fastball. It's 1-0. Just a little wide. 2-0 the count. Chad Fairchild has liked the low pitch today. He hasn't always liked the corners, but he's been consistent with it. Ground ball over the head of Papelbon. Utley's got it right to the second base bag, and Jonathan Papelbon works himself in and then works himself out of trouble here in the 9th inning. So it sets up the bottom of the 9th inning here at Citizens Bank Park. Due up, Chase Utley. He's had a good day. Ryan Howard, he's had a good series. And Hunter Pence, well, he's had some big hits. Sportsnet for a complete review of the game and the highlights. Plus, Ricky Metallico shares his views on the plays of the game. Phillies postgame live presented by Cure Auto Insurance. It's coming up next. Well, the Phillies, the last couple of days, Sunday against the Giants, Monday against the Brewers, yesterday against the Brewers, have used their final at-bat to win the ball game. It took extra innings against the Giants on Sunday. In fact, we went to the 12th. The bullpen for the Brewers today, which has been so bad in this series, has been so good today. 4 scoreless innings. And Axford throws a pitch low to Utley. It's 1-0. Utley today is 3 for 3. His average up to 260. That's more like it. On base percentage at 353. Part of it because of all the walks he's had over the last few days. Outside, 2-0. This is what they've done the last couple of days. I'm not going to say it's going to result in the same thing, but they've been patient with the relief pitchers.
Yeah, especially Chase Utley. And we mentioned there's no lefty available right now, so you got Utley and Howard right now, and no left-hander come in the game.
Fights it off. Ramirez gives it a peek.
Yeah, he decided to go fastball hunting there, 2-0, maybe do some damage, extra base hit, and Axford just beat him with a fastball.
Two and one. Utley, Howard, Pence. 3, 4, and 5 for the Phillies. Fouls it away. It's 2-2.
Michael Schwimmer in the bullpen if this game goes 2 extra innings.
With a slider, and he whacks it foul. So he keeps the at-bat alive.
So he's trying to win their 4th straight game in their last at-bat.
Their longest winning streak of the year is 6, but what they've done the last 3 games has been pretty entertaining. killed your gut for most of it, but it's entertaining. And a called strike 3. Got a slider. No argument from Utley. So Axford has the first out here in the 9th. And here comes Ryan Howard.
Axford showing the last couple games that we've seen him why he can be so good, because he has nasty stuff. Fastball mid to high 90s and a really hard breaking ball.
Ryan is 1 for 3. Walked in the 4th and then singled in the 6th. Now they keep Ransom on the shortstop side of the diamond, but Weeks again is in shallow right. Ryan has hit the ball toward that opening today for a hit. Takes a slider for strike 1. It's 0-1.
Throwing his slider for strikes. He's not bouncing.
Yeah, I guess he's not in closer mode. He's more in relief pitcher
Well,
mode.
it makes it tough when he can throw it over like that. Going to freeze a hitter.
Got him with a high fastball at 97. So he struck out the first 2 hitters here at the bottom of the 9th inning. And now Hunter Pence will come to the plate. Hunter Pence is 1 for 6 against John Axford in his career. Has driven in a run. That was in the 3rd. On a bloop single to right field.
I think Axford, he will not throw a pitch middle part of the plate in unless he just makes a mistake.
Oh, 2 the count. Well, after the pitches that he threw to Utley to start the at bat, the 2 out of the strike zone, he hasn't thrown anything but strikes.
Yeah, he's been pretty good.
He tried to go even farther away from Pence with that 3rd slider.
He's just trying to make sure that he doesn't throw anything he can reach.
Well, give Pence some credit. He held up and didn't take a hack at that one.
May as well. Not going to hit that one.
Phillies have a 2-game sweep this year at home against the Astros. That's the only sweep they have here at the ballpark. Two-two pitch. Slider upstairs. 3-2.
Overthrew that one. Almost made a mistake with it too.
Ty Wigginton's on deck. Fouled it away. He did get a fastball. It was toward the outer edge. He got a piece of it. In fact, when the Phillies swept the Astros, it was Pence's home run right down the left field line that helped that sweep.
Brett Myers of the White Sox. Boy, they are really unloading guys. Wandy Rodriguez to the Pirates.
Just loading up on prospects. Swing and a miss and a slider. Maldonado will dig it out of the dirt. And the strikeout is complete. He has struck out the side here in the 9th inning. So pretty dominant by John Axford. He faced 6. He retired all 6. On to the 10th inning. Another extra inning game. The top of the order duo. Ryan Braun, he's had some deliveries so far this series, Will. This was a big one.
He was scary in this spot. You know, you just know the ballpark can't hold him if he gets his pitch. And he got that fastball out over the plate and just nailed it. And here we go. One of the reasons why we're not out of here right now.
Extra inning ball game. It's the 4th one for the Phillies since the All-Star break. We go to the top of the 10th. It's a 5-5 game. Brewers are 6-7 in extra inning games. The Phillies are 3-9. Top of the order is up against Michael Schwimmer. It'll be Gomez. Now Cesar Torres is coming up as a pinch hitter after Gomez. And then Ryan Braun. First pitch from Schwimmer. Shows bunt. Bunts it in the air. And no chance. Eric Kratz to make the catch. Schwimmer so far of the year is 1-1, an earned run average of 4.01. Jonathan Papelbon pitched the scoreless 9th inning. There's Cesar Torres. 0-2 the count. It's important to keep Gomez off because he can run. The 0-2 pitch. High 1-2. Towering pop-up. Wigginton right along the line. Now in foul territory. Now back in fair territory. He dropped it. And Gomez is at second.
Yeah, give Gomez credit, too, because he runs the ball out. There's 99%. No, I don't go to a percentage, but a lot of guys in this league don't even run that ball out because it was foul almost the whole time. He ran it out. Oh, boy. Pops him up. There's Wiggins. See how long it's foul. Foul now comes into fair territory and he drops it. And Gomez is standing. Look at him run here. He didn't even look to see where the ball was. He just ran it out. Big time plus for that after the way his day started.
Well, now you figure Torres is going to try to butt him over to third to get a runner at third with less than 2 outs with Braun due up. Second error of the day for Ty Wigginton, his 12th overall. That pickoff play is on. Nutley can't get there in time. Man, Schwimmer fired that ball.
Yeah, he handcuffed Chase. Trying to catch that on the run.
As Torres bunts and takes inside. 1 ball and no strikes. These Torres started the first 2 games for the Brewers. Bunts it foul. Kratz makes the diving attempt and can't hang on. What a try by Kratz. He almost came up with it.
Heck of a play. Ball's popped up, just bunted. He sees it right away, takes the mask off, and just can't come up with it. Here's another look. It hit the ground right away, too. So maybe it hit his glove and popped up in the air and have another shot at it. Yeah, but it was on the ground right away.
Oh, great attack. And it's 1-1 now to East Torres. And he bunts it back to the mound. Schwimmer off the mound. They had a chance. He fires to first. The sacrifice is successful.
The guy's running the bases really well, Gomez. And he read that tremendously. That's not an easy ball to read, the way it's in the air like that. And that's what Schwimmer's thinking. I got a shot at the guy at third, and thankfully he didn't throw it over there because he's safe. Watch how he pops this ball up a little bit, too. Now watch Gomez at second. See, that ball's in the air for a while, and he reads it really nicely. It's a tag play if it's a force, maybe, but not on a tag play.
Well, now Braun's up. You figure they're going to pitch. They're going to intentionally walk him, and they will.
Yeah, and they knew that, but they still have to sacrifice that guy over to third.
Ramos Ramirez on deck. Michael Schwimmer has, I have to say, probably the oddest intentional walk motion I've seen.
Well,
look how he's doing this. Look at this. Whoop.
You should have seen the guy
I
a
remember.
couple boosts down.
I remember.
He used to throw it like that, too. You know, they just don't have confidence in taking something off the ball, so they just kind of flip it up there.
All right, now meeting on the mound. Braun's at first, Gomez at third. Set up for 2 here?
Yeah. My opinion, yeah, because you got a guy that hits the ball hard and doesn't run well. But what they're really talking about right now is what happens if Braun goes,
runs,
you know, whether you're throwing through or not. And they want to make sure they're all on the same page on that.
So they'll set up for 2 up the middle. Ramirez today is grounded into a double play. He's 0 for 5. The pitch. Fastball inside and low. 1-0. Getting late in the day. Chad Fairchild's hearing a lot from the fans.
A lot of pitches to call today. 17 hits in this game. A lot of base runners.
27 hits.
27, I mean, and tons of base runners besides that. Walks, errors.
Braun goes, pitches, loop towards center field. Utley's out there and makes the over-the-shoulder grab. Throws toward the plate. Gomez will score. The Brewers will take the lead. It's 6-5 Milwaukee on an unbelievable catch by Chase Utley. They appeal to third, and they say Gomez did not leave early.
Yeah, that base run of Gomez is the difference in this right now in getting the run. Of course, the drop pop-up, but then the way he ran the bases. Chase makes a great play. Look at his awareness, too. He knows he's got a runner at third. Doesn't do him any good to throw to first, a double there. He's got to throw home and hope that Gomez maybe got caught in between, didn't run the base as well, but he did. He went back and tagged up the way you should and scores a run with that amazing speed of his. Here it is again. See, he did exactly what you're supposed to do. If he hesitates at all on that, they've got a shot at him at the plate, or he's got to freeze and stay there. They got to give him all the credit in the world. He does some things that, you know, you're kind of hot dog, but boy, when you have legs like that and can run the bases like that, he has made this inning for them.
Well, it's an unearned run, so the Brewers down 5-1 have taken the lead here in the 10th. 6-5. They tied it up in the 8th, and here in extra innings they take the lead.
See how unpredictable this series is. If you should lose a game on a sacrifice fly to second.
Yeah. Corey Hart takes inside. It's 1-0. After there was an infield pop-up that was dropped.
Yeah. And how many guys in this league are at second base on that pop-up? Not many.
I would agree with you on that.
The way they don't run the ball out nowadays.
Braun goes. Pitch is taken for a strike. The throw to second is in time. Braun is thrown out trying to steal. The side is retired. Good throw by Kratz. But the Phillies will play from behind in their final at-bat. They're used to that, at least it seems to be, over the last couple of days. Let's see if they have a little magic left in their lumber as we go to the bottom of the 10th here in Philly. several days. They're down by 1 here in the bottom of the 10th inning. Francisco Rodriguez is on the close, just as he was a couple nights ago when he blew the save for the Milwaukee Brewers. 49th ball game. He's 2-5, an earned run average of 4.47. Phillies trying for the first 3-game sweep of the year here at Citizens Bank Park. Ty Wigginton will try to redeem himself after the error in the top of the 10th inning started that inning. And Wigginton will be followed by John Mayberry and Eric Kratz, and we'll see how Charlie uses his bench. He doesn't have much left. He has Carlos Ruiz left and Mike Fontenot. I don't think Placido Polanco is available from the way everybody talked earlier today. So, we'll think it's Ruiz and Fontenot, and if for some reason Polanco is available, well, we'll be surprised along with everybody else. Wigginton's 1 for 4 today. First pitch lifted in the air to center, playable for Gomez. Give credit to the Brewers bullpen up to this point. After the Phillies scored 5 runs in the first 4 innings, Brewers bullpen has held the offense scoreless. They've allowed 4 hits since the 5th and no runs. Mayberry up for Juan Pierre. Pierre finished 2 for 4 this afternoon. This has not been a clean game, too. You think about some of the other mistakes the Phillies have made, but they still have 2 outs to work with.
Yeah, this is one of those good, the bad, and the ugly games. Base running on both sides, not on both sides. Brewers have had some base running problems. Good plays, bad plays.
1 ball, 1 strike to count. To the count. Mayberry settles back into the box. Way outside. Ron Renicky pushed all the right buttons last year. Some of the moves he's made in this series have been somewhat unorthodox, but he's got the lead here in the bottom of the 10th. 3-2. Nice to get a base runner and have a little element of doubt creep into the head of Francisco Rodriguez and the rest of the Brewers.
Yeah, he really has a clean inning.
Ron Renicky, who played for the Phillies for parts of 2 years. Three and 2 the count to Mayberry. Outside, ball 4, and the tying run is aboard. Kratz will hit. Ruiz is out to hit for the pitcher. Maldonado has thrown out 24% of the runners trying to steal. You can run on Rodriguez. I can't imagine Mayberry's going to try to steal here. What do you think, Wills?
I agree, because you just can't get thrown out here. You know, you like to be, if you had a guy that, you know, is a really good base stealer or something, that's different.
Kratz is up. He's had 2 hits today. And a breaking ball over for a strike.
Well, the way Eric Kratz has been going, he might as well walk off here.
Seriously. Have a series, Eric Kratz. 2-run pinch home run last night, scored the winning run the night before.
They're going to play that no doubles and don't hit it over your head outfield defense too. Trying to keep the ball away from the gap. See how deep the outfielders.
Line drive, base hit down the left field line. Not hit that hard. Mayberry's on his way to third. Kratz is on his way to second. He has his second double of the game, and it's first ever career 3-hit ball game.
Well, they haven't created the no doubles defense yet that'll help you on that one. I look like Ramirez was going to catch. You know, they didn't have him on the line either. You saw where he was. He was in his normal position. He's on the line. He catches this. See how far he has to come for it? And, you know, he fights that thing off. See where Ramirez is? He's not on the line. He's over a little bit, and it goes down the line for a double.
Mike Fontenot is going to come on to pinch run for Eric Kratz. A base hit, and the Phils could win this again. With a round of applause for Eric Kratz.
What a day.
What a day. The infield is in. The first objective is to tie the game with Mayberry at third. And then the objective is to win it. Carlos Ruiz to pitch in. Great numbers with runners in scoring position. And the pitch to Carlos. Up high, 1-0.
Going on contact here.
Above average arm in left, above average arm in center, and an average arm in right. 1 ball, no strikes, the count to Ruiz. The pitch to Carlos. Up and in, 2-0. .334 pitches have been thrown this afternoon. Everybody's on their feet. Here comes the 2-0 pitch. In the air to center field. Gomez going back. Mayberry's tagging. Mayberry will score. The throw goes toward third, and we're tied up at 6. And if not for Aramis Ramirez backing that throw up, Fontenot would have been over at third. Eric Kratz's double set this up. And now we're tied at 6 here in the bottom of the 10th inning.
So clutch by Carlos Ruiz again. There it is. You got a breaking ball there. Ahead in the count. It's a plenty deep. Gomez does the right thing. He throws the ball to third base.
Well, in that vicinity.
Yeah, in that vicinity. They have no play at home.
Now Rollins with the winning run at second. And Jimmy takes in the dirt. Good play by Maldonado. It's 1-0.
You know, they'll go back over that. You know, whether you go over this so many times in a baseball game, philosophies on whether you sit on the line or not in certain spots. And in that spot, you know, they didn't do it. They decided they didn't want to give up single there. And that little humpback liner would have been caught if he were over in the line.
Line drive, base hit into right center field. Here comes Fontenot. Gomez's throw, not in time. 4 in a row for the Phillies as they've swept out the Milwaukee Brewers by a final score of 7-6. Jimmy Rollins is the hero again. An RBI single scores by Fontenot. Can you believe in a little Phillies magic? They win it the bottom of the 10th inning by a final of 7-6 as they get to Francisco Rodriguez for the second time in this series. How about this series?
Unbelievable. You go a long time before you remember 3 walk-off wins like this.
All by the same score.
Well, not walk-off, but 3 last at bat, and 3 out of 4 walk-off wins for this team.
Jimmy Rollins said after the win on Sunday, Let's go streaking. Well, he took his own words pretty serious, which he normally does.
You know, how many times we talk about when there's rallies, too, that there's walks involved in these kind of games. Here's Jimmy. Look like he got a fastball out over the plate. Looked like the same line drive he hit the other day to win the game. But there's a one-out walk in this inning, and that gets the whole thing going again. No chance to get Mike Fontenot with 2. Running hard with 2 outs. Easy. But give John Mayberry credit, too, for getting a one-out walk on a close pitch.
John Mayberry credit. Eric Kratz has to have a world of credit in this. And Jimmy Rollins has helped walk off the Phillies twice now on this homestand. It's the first 3-game sweep of the season for the Phils here at Citizens Bank Park. And, well, Sarge is about to give Eric Kratz a little extra attention, because he's down on the field with the Phils starting catcher, who had a 3-hit day, including 2 doubles. And Sarge, I think this last double, it was a whopper, wasn't it?
Oh, no doubt about it. He hit actually a pretty good pitch. We'll ask him about it. What a great day here. 3 hits, first time in your career you've gotten that. You got to feel great about the victory, though.
Oh, I mean, just the reaction of everybody out there. Everybody's jumping around, and I mean, this is momentum.
How much energy does this crowd give you?
Oh, man, they didn't leave. They didn't leave tonight. And, it just juices us up. We get one guy on, and they're like, we're going to do it again.
How about Jimmy Rollins coming through?
Huge, huge. I mean, that's a great AB. You know, I don't know what he did the rest of the day, but it doesn't matter. He came through in that situation. That's the guy you want up there. He's done it twice in the last 4 days.
Now, you guys have been talking about winning ball games. How much of momentum, though, you think this 4 games in a row will give you?
A lot more than 4 losses would. A lot more. I mean, it's great. It's just our next day. We got to come out and we got to fight again the next day.
How about your MVP on the team so far? Chooch coming through again, sacrifice fly.
Why are you selling him short? Why only on the team?
Well, I'm not selling him short. He's one of my favorite guys for sure. But again, I got to just say, the way that you are catching, the way you're calling the games, pitchers aren't calling you off on any of the things, that's got to make you feel good and make you feel like you belong.
It does. It does. I mean, you know, you get to run out there. You know, you never want Chooch out of the lineup, but, you know, that guy's putting up a season that, you know, we're on his back right now. And, you know, to be able to step in and win games when I'm in there, you know, I would have liked to have had a shutout, but, you know, the pitchers are just grinding it out too. Everybody's doing their best out here, and, you know, to see Jimmy come and get the game winner, Chooch come off the bench on a day off with a sac fly, you can't ask for anything more than that.
Well, thanks for coming on. Continued success. Way to go.
Thank you, Sarge.
All right, Tom, Muff.
All right, Sarge, thank you very much. We appreciate it. Mike Fontenot scores the game-winning run on the RBI single by Jimmy Rollins. What a beautiful day here at the ballpark. Phillies have swept out the Brewers. Rollins swarmed once again. We'll be back right after this.